Chapter 2397. The cultivator with the bamboo hat had extremely terrifying means. Not only did he deceive Gongziyu with a fake body, but he also managed to sneak away. Not only did he hide behind Gongziyu, but he also silently sneaked behind Gongziyu. A terrifying aura spread out, making people feel suffocated. The cultivator with the bamboo hat used his full strength. He didn't hold back at all. That tyrannical attack slashed towards Gongziyu, as if he wouldn't rest until he killed Gongziyu. Gongziyu didn't have time to dodge. Many people couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Gongziyu wouldn't really be killed like this, right? Gongziyu was also a stunning figure. If he died like this, it would really make people sigh. However, this was often the case in a battle between cultivators. In the blink of an eye, someone could die. In the world of cultivators, there was no such thing as pity or sympathy. When countless people thought that Gongziyu couldn't escape this calamity, at this moment, everyone discovered that the void around Gongziyu was actually twisting. In front of Gongziyu, it seemed like one world after another had appeared. Those worlds were filled with mysterious power. When the cultivator with the bamboo hat slashed towards Gongziyu, his attack was immediately blocked by those twisting worlds. The magic lotus can create worlds that can attack and defend. Lin Feng looked at the magic lotus floating above Gongziyu in astonishment. The magic lotus he condensed was really strange to the extreme. Not good. The cultivator with the bamboo hat's expression changed slightly. He quickly wanted to retreat. Boom! At this moment, Gongziyu's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Tyrannical embryonic form. Gongziyu's tyrannical aura hadn't completely condensed. However, the distance between them condensed into true tyrannical aura. In fact, it was only one step away. Therefore, Gongziyu's tyrannical embryonic form was extremely terrifying. It could display a portion of the tyrannical aura's power. Even if it could only display a portion of the tyrannical aura's power, it was already heaven-defying. When Gongziyu's tyrannical embryonic form was released, it immediately bombarded the cultivator with the bamboo hat. Bang! The cultivator with the bamboo hat was sent flying. This heavenly demon. The bloodline of the three-eyed heavenly demon was extremely powerful. But this person misjudged Gongziyu's strength. Gongziyu had experienced many things over the years. His cultivation grew very quickly. The current Gongziyu is not the same as the Gongziyu of Sky Martial Continent. After the three-eyed heavenly demon was heavily injured, it wanted to retreat. It didn't dare to continue the fight. If it fought Gongziyu with its injured body, it would definitely die. The three-eyed heavenly demon knew this, so it quickly rushed out of the stage. But Gongziyu didn't plan to let it go. Gongziyu's tyrannical embryonic form was activated to the extreme. It suppressed the three-eyed heavenly demon. That majestic, ocean-like, terrifying pressure came down from the sky. It suppressed the three-eyed heavenly demon. The three-eyed heavenly demon felt that its body couldn't move. Die! Gongziyu's expression was cold. He stood up and killed the three-eyed heavenly demon. It's you who will die. The three-eyed heavenly demon turned around with difficulty. The third vertical eye on its forehead opened. Swish! A terrifying demonic light shot out from the third eye. That demonic light instantly shattered the void. After feeling the attack of that demonic light, countless people felt their souls tremble. It was hard to imagine how terrifying that demonic light was. Even Lin Feng felt a suffocating pressure. That demonic light. It made him feel a sense of horror. If Gongziyu was hit by that demonic light, even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. At that time, it would be unknown how the battle would develop. The corner of the three-eyed heavenly demon's mouth revealed a sinister smile. It was as if it could see the scene of Gongziyu being killed by that demonic light. But when the demonic light was about to hit Gongziyu, Gongziyu disappeared. Gongziyu used the shadow shift thaumaturgy. This thaumaturgy was extremely mysterious, allowing him to move his body in the blink of an eye. Gongziyu appeared behind the three-eyed heavenly demon. When the demonic light didn't hit Gongziyu, the three-eyed heavenly demon felt something was wrong. When it felt Gongziyu's presence behind it, the three-eyed heavenly demon quickly turned around. It saw Gongzi Yu coldly looking at it. "Young Master Yu, please spare me," the three-eyed heavenly demon loudly begged. Bam! The next moment, the three-eyed heavenly demon's body was blown apart by Gongzi Yu's punch. Dead. The three-eyed heavenly demon is dead. Gongzi Yu has won. Gongzi Yu is really strong. He's unfathomable. Many people sighed. Gongzi Yu's battle prowess shocked many people. Seeing that another cultivator had died, Zhang Xian was shocked. Many cultivators became excited, because when someone on the prodigy list dies, there will be new people to replace them. This gave those cultivators who failed a glimpse of hope. Of course, even if there are new people to replace them, they will probably be from the 25 people who were eliminated during the promotion to the top 100. After Gongzi Yu killed the three-eyed heavenly demon, the battle continued. Not long after, Fatso went on stage. To everyone's surprise, Fatso's opponent was the seductive woman next to the heavenly demon king's son. That woman was an outstanding beauty, a stunner in the human world. Last time, it was this woman who saved the heavenly demon king's son, causing Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu to fail. However, Lin Feng still couldn't tell which clan this woman came from. Being so seductive, Lin Feng originally thought that she was a fox spirit, but it didn't seem like it. TSK, what fate? Little girl, follow Lord Fatty. I will definitely not cheat my teammates. Don't follow the heavenly demon king's son. Follow Lord Fatty from now on. Fatso was the kind of person who couldn't move when he saw a beautiful woman. Of course, he couldn't help but curse. Now that he saw the seductive woman next to the heavenly demon king's son, Fatso immediately began to use his glib tongue. Today, I will turn you into a real Fatso. The seductive woman's expression was cold as she swept towards Fatso as fast as lightning. She instantly arrived in front of Fatso and struck out with her palm. Chapter 2398. Back then, the demoness was able to avoid Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu's pursuit. One could see how powerful she was. Now, the palm strike aimed at Fatso was extremely powerful. If the palm landed on Fatso's head would definitely be smashed to pieces by the demoness slap. Of course, Fatso's methods were also extremely extraordinary. When the demonic woman's palm came, runes circled around Fatty's body. Those runes were extremely powerful. The demoness attack was blocked by the runes. Fatso turned around and grabbed at the demoness. The demoness expression darkened. She did not fight Fatso in close range. Instead, she quickly retreated to avoid Fatso's attack. TSK. You think you can defeat me with that little bit of strength? You're delusional. You have a good body and a good face. You're really beautiful, but you're too hot-tempered. I don't like you. Why don't I introduce you to my big brother, Lin Feng, so you can warm his bed? Fatso grinned. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Fatso could even drag him into this? Damn, Fatty. I'll turn all your fat into roast pork. Yi Futyin sneered. The demoness gaze turned colder and colder when she heard Fatso's words. Her voice was icy. Her hands began to form a series of hand seals. You're the pig. Your whole family are pigs. Fatso was furious. Although he was fat, he did not want others to call him fat. Generally speaking, people who were fat hated it when others called them fat. Fatso was no exception. That was why Fatso liked to say that he was strong. Now, the demoness kept calling him a fat pig. It would be strange if Fatso was not angry. Fatso roared and pounced at the demoness. Pink space. At this moment, the demoness attack was completed. She could not help but shout coldly as her hands formed seals. Then, a pink space was formed. In that pink space, beautiful women were circling around. There were all kinds of beauties that could dazzle one's eyes. It was truly a dazzling sight. And those beauties were calling out to Fatso. F***CK. Fatso is done for. The donkey began to bray loudly. Who was Fatso? In Fatso's words, I don't have any big dreams in my life. I just want to bring a few beautiful women home to be my wives. It's just that he still hasn't been able to bring any beautiful female cultivator home to be his wife. Previously, he had even asked Lin Feng to introduce Xiaoshiyun's cousin to him. But the key point was that the girl was not interested in Fatso, so Fatso could only give up. Now, Fatso was surrounded by pink space. So much beauty surrounded Fatso. This beauty called him Fat Brother, that beauty called him Little Brother, and that beauty called him Lover Brother. Perhaps Fatso's bones were about to go soft. In fact, not to mention Fatso, if any other cultivator was involved in such a pink space and saw so many beauties, their bones would probably go soft. Life is lonely. We are willing to live together with Fat Brother. If you don't let me down, I will serve Little Brother for the rest of my life. I am willing to be with Lover Brother for the rest of my life. One beauty after another walked towards Fatso, their voices filled with charm. Fatso's eyes widened. This damn Fatso really fell for it. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. Fatso falling for it was a very troublesome thing. If he didn't wake up, the consequences would be unimaginable. He might even be killed by the demoness. Just as the beauties were about to surround Fatso, Fatso suddenly sneezed. After this sneeze, the peerless beauties in the pink space disappeared without a trace. Damn! A group of fairies disappeared with a sneeze? Where are those fairies? Don't tell me that Fatty really sneezed it all away? That's an illusion. It doesn't exist at all. It's an illusion. Fatso just sneezed and destroyed some kind of balance in the pink space. The illusion failed because of that, and those women disappeared. Did Fatso profit from this disaster? The densely packed cultivators below whispered to each other. They all felt that Fatso was extremely lucky this time. This sneeze was too timely. If it had been a little later, who knew what terrible things would happen? This damn Fatso must have done it on purpose. We were all fooled by him just now. This guy wasn't bewitched by those beauties at all. I know Fatso too well. Even we were fooled by him. Now, I've seen through his trick. He's playing with that demoness. Am I very smart? I saw through Fatso's trick at a glance. Little Donkey said proudly. Many people around him rolled their eyes. Damn it. Can he be any more shameless? We can also see that Fatso is most likely playing with that demoness. Do you think you're the only one who can see through it? Of course, the surrounding cultivators wouldn't touch Little Donkey's bad luck. Lin Feng played along and said, Brother Donkey is still the best. Your discerning eyes are like torches. Little Donkey had a smug look on his face, but he still pretended to be very polite and said, Aya, I'm not as good as Brother Feng said. Ha ha, you're the funniest. Many people cursed in their hearts when they saw Little Donkey laughing loudly. In the arena, Fatso tore through the pink space and rushed out. However, Fatso had just rushed out. The demoness' new attack had already been prepared. This time, the demoness condensed an aurora. That aurora was called the Killing Light of the North Pole. This divine ability was abnormally terrifying. The Killing Light of the North Pole instantly tore through the void and slashed towards Fatso, wanting to cut Fatso in half. Feeling the power of this attack, Fatso turned pale with fright. He quickly dodged. Although Fatso was fat, his movements were agile and his speed was extremely fast. Therefore, he successfully dodged the Killing Light of the North Pole. However, the Killing Light of the North Pole was very strange. Ordinary attacks would automatically dissipate after failing to hit the target. However, the Killing Light of the North Pole did not dissipate. Instead, it followed like a shadow and quickly chased after Fatso. I'll dodge. I'll dodge. I'll dodge. Fatso twisted his fat body. He was so agile that he looked like a skinny person who weighed 50 kilograms. He dodged back and forth in midair. His fat waist twisted here and there, and his butt swayed here and there. No matter how the Killing Light of the North Pole attacked Fatso, it could not touch him. Fatty's agility made many people sigh at their inferiority. Your attack is not good. Fatso pursed his lips and said, Is that so? The demoness' lips curled into a cold smile. Her hands were constantly forming seals. The dense Killing Light of the North Pole condensed and formed. Perhaps tens of thousands of Killing Lights of the North Pole appeared, enveloping the entire arena and blasting towards Fatso. F***CK. Seeing the dense Killing Light of the North Pole, Fatso's face turned green. Chapter 2399. Big Sister, Beauty, Fairy, let's talk this out. Please retract your divine ability. Fatso wailed. After hearing Fatso's words, The cultivators watching the battle below all raised their middle fingers at Fatso. Big brother. This was a proper prodigy ranking competition. Naturally, the victor had to be decided. Why should he retract his divine ability? This guy is really someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He was very arrogant before, but now that he's met a powerful opponent, he's suddenly become a coward. I've long disliked this damned Fatso. Now that I see this damned Fatso in trouble, I'm so happy. Ha 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 ha. The cultivators below discussed animatedly. The demoness did not stop just because Fatso begged for mercy. The killing light of the North Pole that she condensed continued to bombard Fatso. I admit defeat. I surrender. You've won. Are you happy now? Fatso cried out without any backbone. Don't tell me that I know this damned Fatso. Little Donkey turned his head away, looking as if he could not bear to look at Fatso. Lin Feng said, Fatso is shameless. It's indeed his style to do something like this. Gongziyu said, but it's obvious that the demoness has no intention of letting Fatso go. It's useless even if he begs for mercy. Little Donkey said, a warrior prefers death to humiliation. This damned Fatso is too spineless. It's best if he's cut into 8 pieces by that demoness. Is there anyone who curses their own companions like this? Some of the surrounding cultivators muttered. Little Donkey cried out, can't I be happy? Are you guys not convinced? Do you believe that I, Lord Heavenly Donkey, will accept you as my human pets? Little Donkey did not change his arrogant style. Naturally, those people didn't dare to say anything. The little donkey might do something out of line. In the arena, the dense killing light of the North Pole was about to hit Fatso. Fatso said angrily, be *starred. I've already admitted defeat, and you're still not letting it go. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Looks like if Lord Fatty doesn't use his trump card today, you'll really think that Lord Fatty is easy to bully. Could it be that the Fatty is going to use that move? Little Donkey couldn't help but shout. Lin Feng was surprised. It seemed like Little Donkey knew what move Fatso was going to use. Let's see Little Donkey's reaction. The move Fatso was about to use was probably extremely powerful. Fatso was so mysterious. Who knew how many secrets he was hiding? Although he looked like he was not in tune. In fact, this guy's methods were very powerful, and he had some hidden big moves. Naturally, this was a very normal thing. Super Janemba. All of a sudden, the Fatty roared. Following that, his hands began to form various complicated seals. Then everyone saw it. With Fatso as the center, shocking ripples condensed, and those ripples swept through the void. Those ripples. They were emitting astonishing energy fluctuations. God of evil thoughts. God of evil thoughts. A low roar came out from the ripples. The god art had a spirit. This was definitely an extremely terrifying god art. And the most shocking thing was that the power of the ripples emanating from Fatso's body was getting stronger and stronger, and the fluctuations were also getting stronger and stronger. Clang, clang, clang. Those ripples directly shattered the killing light of the North Pole condensed by the siren. After that, the ripples surged toward the demonic woman. What kind of god art is this? Many people were shocked as they looked at the ripples on the stage. Those ripples emitted an evil aura, an evil power. But the power was so strong that it shocked and moved many people. It was definitely a god art that could be called heaven-defying. It was so powerful that it shocked people. Celestial Demon Overlord Fist. The siren shouted coldly and used a powerful fist technique to fight against Fatso's Super Janemba. Behind the siren, a celestial demon phantom appeared. This celestial demon was famous and called the Overlord. The Celestial Demon Overlord was an expert of the Celestial Demon clan even earlier than the Celestial Demon Emperor. He was once revered in an era and was almost invincible. The Celestial Demon Overlord Fist was a supreme god art created by the Celestial Demon Overlord. This god art could kill gods and immortals, slaughter demons, and devour gods. Its power was so strong that it was shocking. However, when the siren's tyrannical attack collided with Fatso's Super Janemba, she was still not the opponent of Super Janemba. Fatso's Super Janemba condensed the evil god's will. In each Janemba, a god of evil thoughts was born. Among the densely packed Janemba, it was unknown how many gods of evil thoughts were born. When the power of the evil god was linked together, it was simply unstoppable. If God or Buddha stood in their way, they would kill God or Buddha. Bang! Super Janemba defeated the celestial demon Overlord Fist. Then, the ripples condensed by Super Janemba swept across the siren's body. The siren's face was as pale as paper. Her body flew backward. Her magic power was in chaos, and she probably didn't have much combat power left. Waha! Little Feng Lin, I'll give you a great beauty and let her be your maid. Fatso shouted and pounced towards the siren. This damn Fatso! Chu Yashuan glared fiercely at Fatso. The fact that Fatso wanted to give the siren to Lin Feng made her very angry. Does this guy really dare to do such a thing? Many people muttered in their hearts. The face of the celestial demon emperor's son became extremely gloomy. However, he couldn't interfere in the battle on the arena. If the siren was really captured by Fatso and given to Lin Feng to be his maid, the son of the celestial demon emperor would lose all his face. To him, this was something that he absolutely could not accept. Just as Fatso was about to grab the siren waved her right hand gently. Swish! Clouds of pink poisonous gas gushed out and swept towards Fatso. This siren's methods were very terrifying. Not only was she powerful, but she also had magic power. She also had powerful magic power. It was just that he didn't know if this poison was refined by her or a racial talent. Lin Feng felt that the poison released by the siren was very likely a racial talent. Fatso didn't dare to touch the poison. He quickly retreated to avoid the poison released by the siren. The siren stomped her feet and quickly rushed down the arena. Fatso won this battle. Fatso also flew down the arena. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "Brother, don't be sad. Although you don't have a maid, if you want to find someone to warm your bed, it's still easier to find one. There's one right in front of you. Believe it or not, I'll sew your mouth shut." Lin Feng naturally knew who the fat guy was talking about. He glanced at the fat guy angrily and couldn't help but glare at him. Lin Feng didn't care, but Chu Yashuan was a woman. What would she think after hearing this? Chu Yashuan's pretty face turned red. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Lin Feng. Apart from being shy, Chu Yashuan realized that she was secretly looking forward to it. It was as if she was looking forward to Lin Feng doing something outrageous to her. Chapter 2400. After Fatso's battle ended, the battle continued. Pairs of contestants stepped onto the stage, and after a fierce battle, victory and defeat were decided. The top 50 were decided. After 6 hours of rest, we will proceed to the elimination round. Master of the East said. Everyone took the time to rest, and within these 6 hours, the 25 cultivators who had been eliminated fought and were ranked. According to the final ranking, if anyone in the top 100 died, these people would replace them. After a fierce battle, the 25 cultivators also won. Only 2 people had died so far. Therefore, among these 25 people, the top 2 cultivators were lucky enough to enter the prodigy role. They were ranked 99th and 100th respectively. If more people were to die in the following days, the people below would automatically replace them. It could be said that whether one could enter the prodigy list depended entirely on one's strength. If one was strong enough, they could naturally enter the prodigy list. If one was not strong enough, it would be extremely difficult to enter the prodigy list. 6 hours passed quickly. Next was the lot drawing ceremony for the top 25. The cultivators who could enter the top 50 were definitely famous prodigies in the 9 states. Other than Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey, another disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect entered the top 50. Bai Shusheng, one of the most mysterious disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. He had walked out of a stone found under the Reincarnation Immortal sect. He had mastered the Tao of killing and was very powerful. Back then, Lin Feng and Bai Shusheng had competed for the black gold immortal spiritual iron at the overseas auction house. At that time, Bai Shusheng had not competed with Lin Feng. Therefore, he hated Lin Feng and even wanted to kill Lin Feng. However, he did not succeed. Bai Shusheng was only 11 years old back then. Now, more than 10 years had passed. Bai Shusheng had changed from an 11-year-old boy to a handsome young man. He held a sword in one hand, and his silver hair draped over his shoulders. He was very handsome, but his face was cold, and it was not easy for people to approach him. As if sensing Lin Feng's gaze, Bai Shusheng looked over at Lin Feng with a cold smile. This Bai Shusheng is quite a powerful person. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The creatures that came out of these stones all had powerful skills, and Bai Shusheng was no exception. He had to be wary of Bai Shusheng. This person was not a kind person. Everyone went up the stage and began to draw lots. Lin Feng drew a new lot, which was the same as the previous lot. There was only one rune on the newly drawn lot and no name. Therefore, he would only know who his opponent was during the battle. Let me tell you, admit defeat when you meet me, Heavenly Donkey Holy Sovereign, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, I'll kick you to death with my hoof. After drawing his lot, Little Donkey walked around the group of experts and spoke arrogantly. This stupid donkey is too arrogant. He actually dares to provoke so many experts at once. Many people couldn't help but wipe their cold sweat. There's a saying that goes, if you don't catch him, you won't die. That donkey is walking further and further down the path of catching him. I can't wait to see him get beaten up by those top experts. Let's see if he can still be so arrogant then. A cultivator immediately spoke up. After drawing lots, Lin Feng and the others walked down the stage. Now, there was only one void arena left for the 25th round. The battles would take place one after another. It wasn't like before, where the cultivators on the 10 stages fought at the same time. Swish, swish. 2 beams of light shot down from the stage and wrapped around 2 cultivators. The 2 cultivators were Wu Yuanqing from the Taishang Immortal Sect and Yuan Yu from the Immortal Sect. Wu Yuanqing had cultivated for 435 years, but his cultivation base was extremely terrifying. It was rumored that he had mastered a heaven-defying divine ability. After using that divine ability, he was almost invincible. Although Yuan Yu kept a low profile, he was still very famous. He was different from Yuan Ji as a possessor of the undying bloodline. Yuan Ji was arrogant. Yuan Yu, on the other hand, was patient. The more patient a person was, the more terrifying they were. Yuan Yu was one such example. I didn't expect that the first battle would be between these two. I've always felt that they had the strength to make it into the top 10. There are no weaklings among those who can make it into the top 50. I wonder who will win in the end. The cultivators below began to discuss. The battle between Yuan Yu and Wu Yuanqing would definitely ignite everyone's emotions. Boom! Terrifying shockwaves swept out, shaking the void. Waves of powerful energy swept out in all directions. Yuan Yu and Wu Yuanqing did not say much. The two of them began to fight. All kinds of divine abilities were used, and it was difficult to tell who would win. Lin Feng had been observing Yuan Yu the entire time. Yuan Yu could be said to be Lin Feng's greatest enemy. Lin Feng also felt that Yuan Yu should be much more terrifying than Yuan Ji. Lin Feng watched the battle between Yuan Yu and Wu Yuanqing for a while, and realized that both of them were holding back and did not use their ultimate moves. Little Donkey immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Can you fight faster? You're too slow. Can you two do it or not? If you can't, Lord Heavenly Donkey will go up and beat you both to the ground. Everyone was used to Little Donkey's arrogance. Now that he had threatened to beat up Yuan Yu and Wu Yuanqing, the two could not help but raise their eyebrows. He wondered if the two of them held a grudge against the Little Donkey. However, Little Donkey did not care about that at all. After the initial probing, Yuan Yu and Wu Yuanqing began to fight one after another. The Taishang Immortal Sect had the most powerful immortal art inheritance. It had been the #1 force in the 9 states world for so long. It was obvious how terrifying the sect's inheritance was. Yuan Yu was the successor of the Undying clan. Not only was his bloodline powerful, but he also cultivated many heaven-defying techniques. The most important thing was the Undying bloodline. He could constantly recover from his injuries. This was something that Wu Yuanqing could not do. The battle went on for more than 1,000 rounds. The fight was extremely intense. The void collapsed, and the sky changed color. In the end, the victor was decided. Wu Yuanqing lost to Yuan Yu. Wu Yuanqing's expression was gloomy. He did not say anything and flew down from the stage. Chapter 2401. After Wu Yuanqing's battle ended, the cultivators for the next round were teleported to the arena. One of them was the little girl who had been doing very well in the past. Her delicate appearance was simply too beautiful, but her cultivation was so strong that it was a little abnormal. The other person was an expert from the fallen angel race. The fallen angel cultivators were different from the other angel cultivators. The angel race represented light. The fallen angel race represented darkness. Therefore, the relationship between the two races had always been tense. Conflicts and battles often broke out. The fallen angel race cultivator was very strong, but the little girl could no longer be described as strong. She gently sent out 3 palm strikes and sent the fallen angel race cultivator flying. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Feng, Gong Ziyu, Fatso, Little Donkey, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, Yuan Yu, the Great Demon God, and the other cultivators who participated in the rank advancement competition frowned. The little girl's strength was a little beyond imagination. Sorry, little Tian gets excited whenever she fights. Mother told me to hide my strength, but little Tian forgot. The little girl's pitiful appearance made people want to take pity on her. And her mother? Damn, how powerful is this little girl's mother? Many people wanted to cry but had no tears. This little girl was too terrifying. If they were to fight against her, it would make them despair. As for what level the little girl's mother was at, it was unknown. The other cultivators went up the arena one after another. Gong Ziyu, the woman in white, Li Gan who was possessed by the demon blood, the great demon god, Little Donkey, the daughter of the demon emperor, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, Fatso, the Qing Emperor, and the others went up the arena one after another. Moreover, they defeated their opponents every day. Lin Feng also jumped onto the battle stage. His opponent was a mermaid from the purple-scaled clan. After seeing Lin Feng, the purple-scale merman's expression turned cold. Lin Feng had a grudge against the merman race. The mermaids of the purple-scale clan were the royal family of the mermaids and mermen. Of course, they knew everything about Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, I thought that your merfolk race had been completely exterminated by his honor. I didn't think that there would still be people alive. Hearing the name, the merman's eyes flashed with endless killing intent. The merman race was close to being exterminated. Now, there were less than 100 of them left. It was caused by his honor personally. The merman from the Purple Scale clan set up a soundproof barrier and asked, Was His Highness killed by your master? Lin Feng was the only one who knew that Lord Tortoise had insta-killed his honor. Except for Lin Feng. Perhaps some demons in the sea had seen it. The Purple Scale race was the king of the sea. Being able to obtain this information, Lin Feng was no exception. Lin Feng nodded indifferently and said, Since you know, why bother asking? We had grudges in the past, but let's forget about them now. The merman from the Purple Scale clan said. Then, he removed the restrictions and flew down. This guy actually surrendered without a fight. Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his chin. He won just like that? Wasn't it a little too easy? Lin Feng only cared about the results, not the process. Thus, he didn't feel that there was anything unfair about not fighting with the merman. It was better not to fight. This way, he could maintain his condition even better. After a big battle, he would be half-dead tired. If he met an expert later on, he might not be able to use his full strength. The merman from the Purple Scale clan had surrendered, and Lin Feng had advanced. This made Lin Feng very happy. However, many people were extremely unhappy. The cultivators below were originally full of anticipation for the big battle to begin. They didn't expect that the merman from the Purple Scale clan would surrender without a fight. Many people began to shout, These two cheated. They just set up a soundproof barrier. They must be talking about some shady deal. We can't accept this. We must kick these two guys out of the genius role. That's right. The dignity of the genius role cannot be blasphemed. We must kick these two guys out of the genius role to establish the supreme dignity of the genius role. After hearing the clamor below, Lin Feng couldn't help but curl his lips and say, It's none of your business. The cultivators below became even more clamorous. At this moment, Dongfang Zhentian said, Everyone, the genius role only cares about the results, not the process. A bunch of bastards. Lin Feng pointed his middle finger at the cultivators who were yelling at him. This action was too provocative. Many people cursed angrily. If it weren't for the fact that private fights were not allowed here, many people would have probably pounced on Lin Feng to beat him up. However, Lin Feng didn't care what those people thought at all. He flew down from the arena and continued to recuperate. In the end, 25 out of 50 people were selected. The remaining 25 people, they were Lin Feng, Little Donkey, Gong Ziyu, Fatso, Bai Shasheng, the little girl, the great demon god, the son of the heavenly demon emperor, Narang Dao sect, a disciple of the supreme immortal sect, Guazifei, a disciple of the supreme immortal sect, Li Qian, a disciple of the supreme immortal sect, Yuan Yu, the woman in white, the Qing emperor, Zhang Daoling, a disciple of the heaven Dao immortal sect, Zhou Xinjun, a disciple of the sunset immortal sect, Songjin Tian, a disciple of the sword saint immortal sect, Shui Fatian, a disciple of the 10,000 arts immortal sect, Chu Donga, a disciple of the longevity immortal sect, Li Baikan, a disciple of the red dust immortal sect, the witch, Mu Xinqiang, a disciple of the Mu clan of the Tianhuang divine realm, Su Sun, an overseas itinerant cultivator, Murong Fian, the grand princess of the Murong celestial kingdom, and the mysterious veiled woman, the mysterious woman who had previously entered the top 1,000 and ranked first. These 25 people were definitely experts among experts. Therefore, the next duel would be even more intense. There will be a bye for the 13th round. Next, everyone will draw lots. The person who draws the bye will stop fighting, Master Dongfang said in a deep voice. Everyone came to the arena and lined up. Then, they took out the lot they chose from a drawing box placed in front of Master Dongfang. Only one of them was a bye. The rest were matchups. The vacant lot was taken by the mysterious veiled woman. The rest were matchups. Because everyone didn't know who their opponent was. Therefore, the cultivators who were about to fight were also guessing their possible opponents. The cultivators below were also guessing the possible duel. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. After the drawing of lots, everyone went a rest for half an hour. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 beams of light swept out. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor and Zhang Daoling of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Sect were teleported to the arena. Boom! A battle broke out. The two of them didn't say much and started a fierce competition. This was the top 13 main characters. As long as they could successfully advance and then go one step further, they could enter the top 10. And the rewards and providence obtained by the top 10 were far from what the rest of the rankings could compare to. Chapter 2402. Zhang Daoling's cultivation was abnormally strong. Although the Sky Demon Emperor's son was terrifying enough, it would not be easy for him to defeat Zhang Daoling in a short period of time. As one of the 10 great immortal sects, the Heavenly Dao Immortal Sect was an ancient sect with extremely powerful immortal techniques. Moreover, the Heavenly Dao Immortal Sect had even more immortal techniques than the other great immortal sects. The sect was known for its many immortal techniques. Zhang Daoling was a possessor of a special physique called the Dao Fusion Physique. This physique was extremely rare. It was one with the Dao and allowed one to cultivate any Dao technique with twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, it was very easy for one to enter a deep state of Dao comprehension. Therefore, those with the Dao Fusion Physique often had heaven-defying comprehension. Therefore, all of Zhang Daoling's divine abilities had been cultivated to the great perfection realm. That was too heaven-defying. One had to know that many of Lin Feng's divine abilities had only been cultivated to the great perfection realm. Some of the more profound divine abilities had been cultivated to the great perfection realm. As for the great perfection realm, there were only 4 or 5 divine abilities. There were also some divine abilities that were more difficult to cultivate. Currently, they were only at the minor perfection realm. There was still a long way to go before reaching the great perfection realm. However, Zhang Daoling had cultivated all of his divine abilities to the great perfection realm. One could only imagine how monstrous he was. Therefore, even for the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, this was an extremely difficult battle. In fact, from the start of the battle until now, those who could fight their way into the top 25. The difference in cultivation between these cultivators, apart from a few exceptionally monstrous figures, the remaining people, even if there was a gap in cultivation. However, the gap was not so big that one could defeat the other party in a few moves. The gap was extremely small. Because the gap was not very big, therefore, it was hard to say who would be the final victor. There were many factors that could affect the final outcome of the battle. For example, one's state and performance during the battle would affect the final outcome of the battle. After a bitter battle, both sides went through a bitter battle. The Sky Demon Emperor's son defeated Zhang Daoling by a very small margin. What a pity. Zhang Daoling lost because of his bloodline. Yes, although he has the Dao fusion physique, he has not undergone a deep bloodline baptism. The Dao fusion body has never formed a huge clan. It has only appeared occasionally in history. Thus, no one knows how the Dao fusion body can undergo a deeper bloodline awakening. The spectating cultivators couldn't help but discuss among themselves. At this moment, the second group of cultivators began. The second battle was between the great demonic god and Mu Xinqiang. Seeing that his cheap brother-in-law had appeared, Lin Feng couldn't help but look towards the arena. Mu Xinqiang being able to fight his way into the top 25 had truly shocked too many people. He was the biggest dark horse in this prodigy ranking competition. Previously, no one had thought that Mu Xinqiang would be able to go so far. Mu Xinqiang was truly amazing when he did not make a sound. Great demonic god and Mu Xinqiang were fighting. Lin Feng had observed Mu Xinqiang's battle before, but he didn't find anything special. At that time, according to Lin Feng's guess, Mu Xinqiang being able to rank in the 200th or 300th place was already extremely good. But now that he saw Mu Xinqiang's attack, Lin Feng saw something different. Mu Xinqiang was extremely proficient in combining divine abilities. He should have the ability to do two things at once. Then, he could use two divine abilities at the same time, combining different divine abilities to unleash them. That was why his battle prowess was greatly increased. No wonder he could fight his way into the top 25. Previously, he had only been using one divine ability. Now, he's able to do two things at once. Moreover, he's using all sorts of divine abilities at once. This is the main reason why he's the biggest dark horse. However, Mu Xinqiang was still lacking when it came to challenging the great demonic god. Lin Feng knew how terrifying the great demonic god was. Even if he fought the great demonic god one-on-one, he wouldn't dare say that he could definitely defeat the great demonic god, let alone Mu Xinqiang. After more than 300 rounds, the battle ended. Mu Xinqiang was defeated. The third battle was between the little girl and the longevity immortal sect's Chu Donga. Just as everyone was preparing to watch the battle, Chu Donga's hand suddenly flashed. A tray appeared in his hand. On the tray were various fruits, candies, and snacks. Chu Donga said with a smile, "Little girl, are you hungry? I have good food here. Let's stop fighting. Take these things and find a place to eat slowly." Damn, shameless. He's too shameless. Many people started cursing. Chu Donga clearly knew that the little girl was too strong. That was why he took out so much food to trick her. Are they all for little Tiantian? Little Tiantian's eyes lit up. Seeing her expression, many people couldn't help but slap their heads. Chu Donga's trick was shameless. However, little Tiantian was too young. From the looks of it, she was going to be tricked. "Of course, they're for you. Little girl, come and eat," Chu Donga said with a smile. He really looked like a big bad wolf trying to trick a little white rabbit. Little Tiantian skipped over, picked up a candy, peeled it open, and started munching on it. "Is it good?" Chu Donga asked with a smile. "It's good. It's good. Thank you, big brother." Little Tiantian smiled happily. "If it's good, take it to a place below the arena and eat slowly." Chu Donga handed the tray to little Tiantian. Little Tiantian hurriedly nodded and took the tray with one hand. Chu Donga's face was full of smiles. He had finally gotten rid of this little ancestor. He was really smart. This guy was still so proud of himself. However, at the next moment, little Tiantian punched Chu Donga in the face. Chu Donga fell to the ground and fainted. The last thought he had before he fainted was, "Why did this happen?" Little Tiantian smiled sweetly and said, "Mother said that one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. When you meet such a person, you have to take the gift and knock him out." Ha ha. That guy deserves it. That's right. He brought it on himself. That little girl isn't stupid. She won't be tricked so easily. Countless people were convulsing with laughter. Chudonga had really shot himself in the foot. Chudonga soon woke up and flew down the arena in a depressed manner. As for little Tian, she hugged a pile of snacks and found a place to eat as if no one was around. Swoosh! 2 beams of light shone down. Lin Feng was teleported to the arena. Lin Feng's opponent was also teleported to the arena. After seeing his opponent, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Lin Feng didn't expect that his opponent would be this person. Chapter 2403. The Witch. Rumor had it that she was the daughter of a great emperor. Back then, the witch had occupied a genius peak and successfully defended it. The witch looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. Although she wasn't very old, her cultivation was exceptionally heaven-defying. After getting on the stage, the witch looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Her expression was very arrogant. It was a kind of pride that came from her bones. I know your cultivation is extraordinary, but you are destined to lose against me. The witch walked step by step towards Lin Feng. She was still growing, so she wasn't very tall. She was only about 1.6 meters tall. She looked like a little sister next door, but the coldness and arrogance on her face made people unable to get close to her. It's actually a battle between these 2 people. These 2 people are very likely to enter the top 10 of the genius ranking. Many people cried out in alarm. The battle between the heavenly demon emperor's son and Zhang Daoling was intense enough. The battle between Lin Feng and the evil witch was just as explosive as the battle between Lin Feng and the evil witch. A little girl dares to boast so shamelessly here? Lin Feng looked indifferently at the witch. Although I'm young, I'm enough to suppress you. The witch walked over and pressed her palm towards Lin Feng. 9 heavens suppressing gods. This was an extremely powerful divine ability. The 9 heavens were condensed and floated above Lin Feng. Then, it pressed down on Lin Feng. Waves of destructive energy swept across the heavens. The 9 heavens were like 9 real worlds pressing down. The power was so strong that it shocked many people. As expected of the Devil Emperor's daughter, her attacks are really extraordinary. Many people exclaimed. The Devil Emperor's daughter had a powerful bloodline. Although she was a little young, her cultivation was still heaven-defying. It was no wonder that the Devil Emperor's daughter was so arrogant and had such a powerful cultivation. It was normal for her to be arrogant. Break. Lin Feng sneered, stepped forward, and punched 9 times in a row. Bang, bang, bang. Fist after fist smashed onto the 9 heavens. However, he wasn't able to shatter the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens universe was very terrifying, sending Lin Feng flying. Too strong. The spectating cultivators were all shocked. In the past, Lin Feng had fought many times and displayed an extremely formidable strength. At that very moment, however, he was being suppressed by the witch. Thus, everyone was shocked. The witch's strength had absolutely already reached an unfathomable level. I haven't activated the power in my bloodline, and you're already unable to withstand it. If I activate the power in my bloodline, I should be able to defeat you with just a flick of my finger, said the evil witch while walking towards Lin Feng. She looked down on Lin Feng. A person like you is not qualified to be my opponent. Getting rid of you is too easy for me. The devilish female's voice was ice-cold. She continued to control the 9 heavenly layers to suppress Lin Feng. Whose child is this? How dare you not know the rules and respect? It seems that I need to educate you on behalf of your family. Lin Feng sneered and stepped forward, activating the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art. The Dragonesque Elephant Arm was immediately activated. Lin Feng felt that the power in his arm could destroy a planet with one punch. This feeling was so good that he had the urge to roar at the sky. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive punches were thrown, and the 9 heavens universe shattered. Who do you think you are? How dare you say that you're going to teach me a lesson? Do you know that someone with your status was only fit to be my slave in the past? The witch was very arrogant. This was an innate arrogance. Before she was sealed all those years ago, she was a lofty existence. Her father was the overlord of the world. Others would naturally bow and scrape in front of her. After countless years, she was reborn. She was still as arrogant as before. The grass on your father's grave has withered countless times, yet you still act so high and mighty. Don't you think you're ridiculous? Lin Feng mocked. Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? There's only one outcome for provoking me, and that's death. The witch's eyes flashed with coldness. She quickly rushed over, and a blood-colored sun appeared in her hand. Blood sun god-slaying. The witch's voice was cold. The blood-colored sun flew out and crashed toward Lin Feng. Bang! The blood-colored sun crashed into Lin Feng and sent Lin Feng flying. You're too weak. An ant is an ant. The witch continued to control the blood-colored sun to suppress Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he swung the dragon-esque elephant arm toward the blood-colored sun. However, the blood-colored sun suddenly emitted an endless amount of blood-colored light. The blood-colored light turned into a blood-colored quagmire. Lin Feng was trapped in the quagmire. It was as if an ordinary person had fallen into a quagmire, unable to control his body. The blood-colored sun pressed down on Lin Feng, trying to kill Lin Feng. How weak. I can kill you in less than 10 moves. The witch sighed emotionally. Lin Feng is going to be killed? Heavens! Isn't the witch too powerful? Everyone, I think this witch's identity is not simple. Her father is probably not as simple as a demon emperor, right? I'm not sure. Previously, it was widely rumored that her father was a demon emperor. Due to her powerful bloodline, many people guessed that she was a descendant of a demon emperor. The cultivators below whispered to each other as they began guessing the witch's identity. She was so young, yet she possessed such a terrifying cultivation base. Could her father be an immortal? The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Perhaps only the descendants of immortals could be so powerful. It's time to end this. You despicable ant. You've infuriated me with your words. I'll sever your 3 souls and 7 spirits, making it so that you can never reincarnate. This is what you get for offending me. Step by step, the witch approached Lin Feng. She raised her hand and attacked Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Seeing this, the faces of many changed drastically. Who would have thought Lin Feng, such a monstrous genius, had surprisingly been killed by a 13 or 14-year-old girl? The witch was too terrifying. She was so strong that it made one's heart tremble and soul tremble. Is he finally going to die? Mu Xianling, who was among the crowd, heaved a sigh of relief. She was at the bottom of the Heaven's Pride list, which made her very depressed. However, seeing Lin Feng being killed made her feel much better. It's too easy for you to die just like that. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son looked over with an indifferent expression. What should we do? Senior brother Lin won't really be killed, right? Chu Yashuan was so anxious that she was about to cry. Chapter 2404. Just when everyone thought that Lin Feng was going to die in the hands of the witch, they saw the bloody quagmire burning fiercely, and the bloody sun that suppressed Lin Feng was also burning. This was the Great Sacrificial Art. Lin Feng used the Great Sacrificial Art to directly sacrifice the witch's attack in the most overbearing way. The Great Sacrificial Art sacrificed the attack and turned it into the purest energy. This energy was all absorbed by Lin Feng. It strengthened Lin Feng's battle strength. When the witch's attack was about to hit Lin Feng's expression changed. Runes appeared on the surface of Lin Feng's body, and those runes condensed into a defensive crystal wall. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The witch's tyrannical attack hit the defensive crystal wall, but it was immediately dissolved by the defensive crystal wall. Lin Feng raised his fist and punched the demoness. The witch probably thought of Yuan Jizhong's ancient time rush move, so she didn't dare to fight Lin Feng head-on and chose to retreat instead. Although the witch was young, at the age of 13 or 14, she had reached the age where she cared about her appearance. She naturally didn't want to age. For a woman, aging was simply unacceptable and disastrous. However, it wasn't that easy for the witch to retreat. Lin Feng had already locked onto her body. Moreover, Lin Feng's speed was too fast, and he rushed to the witch's side in an instant. With this little strength, You dare to threaten to destroy my 3 souls and 7 spirits? What a joke. Lin Feng looked at the witch indifferently, with a cold expression on his face, and his tyrannical punch was aimed at the witch. Seeing that this punch was unavoidable, the witch's pretty face couldn't help but sink slightly. In order to prevent Lin Feng from using the Ancient Time Rush move, the witch's Ancient Time Rush moved. A large amount of devil light gushed out from the witch's body, enveloping her body. This devil light wasn't simple, and it exuded an ancient aura. This was a demonic light that had evolved from an extremely ancient power. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. This didn't seem to be the witch's power. It was most likely a power she had inherited from her father. It could also be the power of an ancestor that was sleeping in her blood. This demonic light was able to block the ancient time rush of millions and millions of years. However, this demonic light was unable to resist Lin Feng's Dracophon arm. When Lin Feng's powerful punch crashed onto the witch's body, she was stunned. The witch was directly sent flying by Lin Feng. That tyrannical punch shook the witch until her face was as white as paper. The magic power in the witch's body was almost scattered by Lin Feng. Tisk, tsk. Little Feng Feng is indeed powerful. How can he be defeated so easily? Fatso grinned. Don't you know who Big Brother Feng is? He's the big brother of the heavenly donkey Holy Venerable. My big brother Feng won't be defeated so easily. Little Donkey shouted. I couldn't kill him again. Mu Xinling's expression darkened. What a troublesome fellow. However, this is even more interesting. This prince hopes that you can defeat the witch, because this prince really wants to personally behead you. The heavenly demon emperor's son's lips curled into a sinister smile. Everyone's attention was on the battle between Lin Feng and the witch. Countless cultivators had thought that Lin Feng would die at the witch's hands. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would be able to launch a desperate counterattack while being suppressed by the witch? It was truly inconceivable. Now, everyone's impression of Lin Feng had changed once again. Take another punch. Lin Feng chased after the demoness and threw another punch at her. Lin Feng was too fast. Normally, when Lin Feng gained the upper hand in a fight, it would be very difficult to reverse the situation. This was because once Lin Feng gained the upper hand, what followed was usually a thunderous attack. Lin Feng's attack power was very strong. His speed was also extremely fast. Therefore, it was very difficult for cultivators who were at a disadvantage to find a chance to counterattack. Just like the witch now. The witch's cultivation was very powerful. She had even undergone a deep awakening before she was sealed in the stone. If she activated the ancestral power in her bloodline, her cultivation would soar greatly. But so what? Lin Feng wouldn't give her this chance at all. Just as the witch said that she was going to use an even more powerful divine ability to deal with Lin Feng had already rushed over and threw another punch. In order to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attack his opponent, Lin Feng wouldn't use his divine ability because it took time to condense his divine ability. Although the time was very short, for experts, a few breaths of time was enough for them to get rid of Lin Feng. Therefore, in order to not give his opponent time to get rid of him, Lin Feng directly used physical attacks. If it were other cultivators who used physical attacks, the witch wouldn't be afraid at all. But Lin Feng's physical attack wasn't. Lin Feng's dragon elephant arm. It was even more terrifying than other people's divine ability attacks. The draconic elephant arm was one of Lin Feng's trump cards. Therefore, the witch had no choice but to use her body to block Lin Feng's dragon elephant arm. She crossed her arms in front of her to block Lin Feng's attack. When the two sides collided, the witch felt as if her body was hit by an ancient giant mountain. She felt that all the bones in her body were about to be shattered by that terrifying punch. Her body flew out uncontrollably. This made the witch feel like she was going crazy. The witch had never suffered such a loss. Before this, she looked down on Lin Feng so much. He thought that defeating Lin Feng would be a piece of cake. But after the real fight, she knew. Lin Feng was actually so terrifying. It was completely beyond her expectations. When the witch wanted to use her ultimate move or activate the sleeping power of her ancestors in her bloodline to deal with Lin Feng, at this time, it was already too late. Be suppressed by me. Lin Feng quickly rushed in front of the witch. With a wave of his hand, he directly suppressed the witch. If you dare to suppress me, I will definitely kill you." The witch screamed. She had always been smooth sailing and invincible. But now, she was at a disadvantage because of Lin Feng. Now, she was even suppressed. This was completely unacceptable to the witch. For someone as arrogant as her, this was simply a great humiliation. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Do you think your threat is useful?" As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his hand. Formation runes curled around it and directly sealed the witch's magic power, making her unable to resist. Then, Lin Feng hugged the witch and landed on the arena. "Let go of me! I will kill you!" the witch screamed. Slap, however. What followed was the crisp sound of a slap. The witch covered her buttocks that had been attacked. She was furious. "I will fight it out with you," she screamed. Then, she reached out to grab Lin Feng. Chapter 2405. Although the witch was strong, with her magic power sealed, she was like a tiger without its fangs. She was no longer a threat. As for grabbing and scratching, they could not cause any harm to Lin Feng. Lin Feng simply sat on the stage and pressed the witch on his legs. Pa, 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 pa. Slapping sounds rang out one after another. "Little girl, are you rebelling? Do you still dare to act all high and mighty in front of your young master? Do you still dare to threaten your young master? Do you still want to take your young master's life? Do you still dare to make a fuss in front of your young master?" The slapping sounds were accompanied by one question after another from Lin Feng. The witch kept resisting everything she had experienced so far. Moreover, she had experienced it in front of so many people. It was worse than killing her. Right now, the witch only wanted to get rid of the demon Lin Feng as soon as possible. However, no matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free. In the end, even the witch was afraid because Lin Feng had no intention of stopping. "You bastard! You are shameless! You are shameless!" The witch cursed loudly. "How am I a bastard? How am I shameless? How am I shameless?" Lin Feng retorted. When the cultivators below saw Lin Feng's innocent look, they immediately looked at him with disdain. He was teaching a woman a lesson so shamelessly. Was he teaching her a lesson? Or was he taking advantage of her? If this wasn't a scoundrel, shameless and shameless, then what was a scoundrel, shameless and shameless? Everyone had a new understanding of how shameless Lin Feng was. The witch was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. However, now that she had fallen into the hands of a demon like Lin Feng, if she did not beg for mercy, her fate would probably be even worse. The witch decided to submit to Lin Feng for the time being. There was a saying that it was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. She would think of a way to take revenge after she escaped. With that thought, the witch took a deep breath and said, "I was wrong. I will never offend you again. Please be magnanimous and let me go." "TSK, TSK. You know you were wrong. Good. Get up. Massage my shoulders and legs first. I will consider letting you go." Lin Feng said. "What did you say? What did you say? Do you know who I am? You dare ask me to massage your shoulders and legs?" After hearing Lin Feng's request, the witch screamed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Begging Lin Feng for mercy was already her bottom line. And now he wanted to massage her shoulders and legs? This was something that only a coarse servant girl would do for her master. Could it be that this scoundrel, son of a bitch, was treating her as his maid? When she thought about that, she had the urge to bite Lin Feng to death. "It doesn't matter if you don't agree. I'm just afraid that someone's ass will continue to suffer." Lin. Pa, pa, pa. Slap after slap came down. Lin Feng did not show mercy. Instead, he increased his strength. The witch was in so much pain that she almost cried. The witch hated Lin Feng to death. But now, she could only endure. A little impatience spoils great plans. "So what if I tolerate you for the time being?" The witch could not help but think fiercely. She decided to submit for the time being. "I promise you. Stop it now," the witch shouted. Lin Feng stopped and looked at the witch with a smile. The witch quickly got up and rubbed the painful place. She looked at Lin Feng with a pair of eyes that seemed to spit fire. Lin Feng acted as if he did not see the witch's murderous gaze. Instead, He took out the white jade cold bed that he had obtained earlier from his mountain river ring. This was a treasure. Lying on it was equivalent to taking the initiative to cultivate. It was very useful for cultivators who cultivated ice attribute cultivation techniques. Lin Feng lay on the white jade cold bed. It was very comfortable. Damn, this guy actually took out a bed. Damn, that's the arena where the genius ranking competition is held. It's not a place for you to sleep. Many people cried out speechlessly. Even Dongfang Zhentian could not help but rub the space between his eyebrows. He had met such a weird contestant like Lin Feng. He also felt very helpless. Little Donkey shouted, "Awesome. As expected of Brother Feng. I still have a lot to learn from Brother Feng on the path of enjoying life and acting cool." Fatso said, "This guy. Let the daughter of the demon emperor massage his shoulders and legs. Little Feng is really awesome. Why aren't you coming up?" Lin Feng looked at the witch and said. The witch glared at Lin Feng fiercely. She knelt beside Lin Feng like a little maid and began to massage Lin Feng's shoulders and legs. When the witch saw Lin Feng's expression of enjoyment, she almost pounced on Lin Feng and strangled him to death. However, when she remembered that her magic power was still sealed by Lin Feng, she had no choice but to give up for now. "It's so comfortable, so comfortable." Lin Feng was enjoying the massage as he let out a satisfied moan. "Damn, hurry up and come down. Don't delay us from watching the exciting battle." "That's right, hurry up and come down." The cultivators below the arena started to shout. "I won't go down. What can you do to me?" Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, "I like to see you all gnashing your teeth and not being able to do anything to me." The cultivators below the arena were instantly enraged. They started to scold and provoke Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not care about these people at all. After enjoying a full body massage, Lin Feng finally let the witch leave. After Lin Feng came down from the arena, the battle continued. The next battle was between Bai Shusheng and the overseas rogue cultivator, Su Sun. Bai Shusheng mainly cultivated the Tao of Slaughter. However, the Tao of Slaughter was not Bai Shusheng's most terrifying ability. This was because Bai Shusheng was also an existence that had walked out of the stone. He had a powerful bloodline. However, very few people had seen Bai Shusheng activate his bloodline. No one knew what kind of terrifying abilities Bai Shusheng's bloodline possessed. However, in this battle with Su Sun, Bai Shusheng was pressured by Su Sun and had no choice but to activate his bloodline. Bai Shusheng's bloodline was the extremely rare bloodline of slaughter. This bloodline was mainly used for slaughter. Once activated, the bloodline would soar to the sky. It was no wonder Bai Shusheng mainly cultivated the Tao of Slaughter. It complemented his bloodline of slaughter. In the end, Bai Shusheng relied on the terrifying power produced by the combination of his bloodline of slaughter and the Tao of Slaughter to defeat Su Sun. Swoosh, swoosh, light flashed. Little Donkey and Guazifei of the Supreme Immortal Sect were teleported to the arena. "It's the donkey's turn. Haha, that donkey's opponent is Guazifei. This is going to be interesting." Guazifei is definitely one of the most monstrous geniuses among the new generation of disciples in the Supreme Immortal Sect. It's said that his talent is not inferior to Dugu Di Tian's. His talent is that monstrous? Yeah, Guazifei has hidden his strength very well. His cultivation base is extremely terrifying. Little Donkey is going to be in trouble. To think that arrogant Donkey would have such a day. It's the will of the heavens. Chapter 2406. Kid, you're no match for me. I don't even want to fight you. Now, raise your butt and let Lord Heavenly Donkey kick you out. If you don't know what's good for you, Lord Heavenly Donkey will beat you half to death and throw you out. As soon as the donkey stepped into the ring, it started to bray loudly. This donkey is still as arrogant as ever. But he seems to be arrogant to the wrong person this time. Guazifei isn't a simple person. This donkey's time to be arrogant will come soon. The cultivators below whispered to each other. They were all waiting for Guazifei to teach Little Donkey a lesson. Showing off would make people jealous. Little Donkey liked to show off so much and was so strong. Of course, he would be hated. Only mediocre people wouldn't be jealous. This saying actually made a lot of sense. Guazife sneered and said, "Dragon meat in the sky and donkey meat on the ground are known as the two best in the world. I've already eaten dragon meat, but I haven't eaten donkey meat. I wonder how it tastes? Now's a chance. I'll kill your donkey and have a taste." Little Donkey was furious. "It just so happens that Lord Heavenly Donkey wants to take in a few human pets. I think you're not bad, so I've decided to take you as my human pet." "You're asking for it," Guazife shouted coldly. He jumped up and charged at Little Donkey. Little Donkey turned around and wriggled his butt, releasing a smelly attack at Guazife. This was one of Little Donkey's favorite moves. In Little Donkey's own words, his fart could kill his opponent even if it didn't stomp him to death. Little Donkey's fart wasn't just a simple fart. It contained a lot of energy, which was equivalent to a compressed ball of energy. Moreover, this donkey's fart was highly poisonous. Therefore, its attack power was very strong. The slightest carelessness could lead to disaster. Faced with Little Donkey's smelly attack, Guazife didn't attack directly. He chose to dodge. Guazife's speed was extremely fast. When Little Donkey's smelly attack was about to hit Guazife, Little Donkey's attack landed on Guazife. Guazife's body moved to the left. He immediately dodged Little Donkey's attack. Guazife was pleased with himself. He sped up and charged towards Little Donkey. However, at that moment, Guazife felt a slight movement behind him. He turned his head to look and discovered that Little Donkey's smelly attack had actually turned around and flew towards him again. Holy shit, is that even possible? Guazife couldn't help but roll his eyes gloomily. Fortunately, his perception was strong. Otherwise, he might really have fallen for it. The scented attack quickly flew over. It smashed towards Guazife. Guazife once again dodged Little Donkey's smelly attack. However, although it didn't hit Guazife, the stench had already begun to spread throughout the arena. Guazife almost vomited when he smelled it. Damn, this donkey is amazing. It can actually control its own fart to fly in the air. I'm really impressed. That's no ordinary donkey's fart. It clearly contains an extremely strong attack power. The cultivators below were also discussing Little Donkey's attack. However, Little Donkey's attack was truly disgusting. After Guazife dodged more than 10 attacks in a row, he felt that something was wrong. He felt his body begin to weaken. "There's poison in the fart." Guazife's face suddenly sank. He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly stopped breathing. Then, he took out a few antidote pills and swallowed them. However, at that moment, Little Donkey's smelly attack had already reached Guazife's side. This time, Guazife dodged it. However, Little Donkey controlled the smelly attack to explode right next to Guazife. Guazife was hit by the impact and was sent flying. Although Little Donkey's attack was powerful, it wasn't without its flaws. It needed to be brewed. Brewing a smelly attack required a certain amount of time. Therefore, this attack couldn't be used continuously. If it could be used continuously, this attack would be too heaven-defying. If it couldn't kill people with a stomp, it could blow them up. If it couldn't blow them up, it could be suffocated to death. If it couldn't suffocate to death, it could be poisoned to death. Guazife's clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled. His body was also emitting a foul stench. It was a complete contrast to the image of the handsome young master from before. Seeing Guazife like this, the cultivators watching the battle below all showed expressions of pity for Guazife. This was too tragic. His image was completely gone, even if he defeated Little Donkey in the end. Today, he had lost a lot of face. "I'm going to kill you." Guazife roared in exasperation and pounced towards Little Donkey. The arena was shrouded in a light brown gas. The smelly attack released by Little Donkey hadn't completely dissipated. Therefore, the arena was still shrouded in poisonous gas. Guazife's aura was very strong. However, it was obvious that whether it was his reaction speed or his own combat strength, even Guazifin had a relatively large downward trend. Lin Feng noticed this, so he was quite impressed with Little Donkey. Little Donkey's seemingly nonsensical attacks were, in fact, advancing step by step. For example, when he used the smelly attack in the battle with Guazife, not only did it anger Guazife, but it also made him irritable. It was difficult to exert one's strength when one was irritable. It was just like how it was difficult to do something well when one was irritable. The most important thing was, the smelly attack contained a strong poison. This poison would cause the cultivation of the poisoned person to drop and slow down. Once the battle started, it would be easier to defeat the other party. Little Donkey pursed his lips and said, "A piece of trash like you wants to defeat me? I reckon you'll have to cultivate until the next era." Many people burst out laughing. Little Donkey was too good at mocking people. Gwazife actually had to cultivate until the next era to defeat it. This was too disrespectful of Gwazifin. "Supreme killing Tao," Gwazifin shouted coldly, and his body suddenly shot out in the void. Next, Gwazife's body actually turned into a Tao diagram. The Tao diagram trembled slightly in the void. Heaven and earth were shaken apart. What a powerful attack! This Supreme Immortal Slaying Tao is an immortal technique recorded in the Supreme Immortal Sutra, right? What? This is an immortal technique? Heavens, this is amazing. That arrogant donkey won't be split in half, right? Someone recognized the prowess of the Supreme Immortal Slaying Tao's divine ability. Instantly, many of the cultivators below exclaimed in unison. Chapter 2407. There were many types of immortal arts, but the immortal arts passed down by the Taishang immortal sect were definitely the most terrifying type. Why was that so? It had to be traced back to the origin of the Taishang immortal sect. Countless experts had been born in this era, such as the Khanate life forms in the beginning and the immortals later on. No one knew how many experts had appeared in the long years. However, there was one expert who had stunned all of history. This expert's name was Taishang. Taishang meant transcendence, and this powerhouse represented the meaning of transcendence. He had transcended the restraints of the great Tao, heaven and earth, and the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was Taishang. No one knew how powerful Taishang was back then, because anyone who fought Taishang was already dead, regardless of whether they were postnatal life forms such as immortals, gods, demons, devils, ghosts, or earthen life forms such as the Stone Clan. No one was Taishang's match. Taishang's lifespan was extremely long. Rumor had it that Taishang had lived for many great eras. Some also said that Taishang had already comprehended the secret of immortality. He was an immortal existence. It should be known that even those who were lucky enough to survive the collapse of an epoch and obtain great fortune to live to the next epoch were not immortal. However, the Grand Supreme was immortal. It was simply too inconceivable. Of course, these were just rumors after all. There was no way to verify whether they were true. However, there was one thing that was certain. Taishang had seen the door of everlasting life and cultivated under it for a long time. That was why Taishang was so powerful. The Taishang immortal sect was not actually founded by Taishang. It was founded by a cultivator who had obtained Taishang's legacy. As for whether the cultivator who founded the Taishang immortal sect was related to Taishang, no one knew. Taishang had transcended everything. His strength was enough to disdain any existence. The Taishang Immortal Slaying Tao was Taishang's inheritance. From this, one could see how powerful this divine ability was. Immortal arts were very rare. Immortal arts passed down by Taishang were even rarer. This was also why so many people thought that Little Donkey would die under the Taishang Immortal Slaying Tao. The power of this divine ability was indeed unbelievably strong. In the face of this attack, Little Donkey immediately cried out, "You bastard! You actually have such a powerful attack? It seems that if I don't use some of my secret techniques, people will underestimate my strength. I'll kill Old Immortal with random punches." Little Donkey roared and stood up on its hind legs. His 2 front legs kicked out at the oncoming Tao diagram. Killing an Old Immortal with random punches? What kind of supernatural power is this? I've never heard of it. I've never heard of it either. Have you heard of it? No, this is the first time I've heard of such a divine ability. Isn't this ability's name a little too weird? Yeah, I also feel that the name of this divine ability is too weird. Is there such a divine ability in this world? Upon hearing Little Donkey's shout, the cultivators watching the battle below all had puzzled expressions on their faces. Killing an Old Immortal with random punches? This name didn't sound like the name of a fist technique at all. It sounded more like the name of a divine ability than something like the dog-beating fist technique. This guy must have come up with a name himself. Many people began to slander him. TSK, Brother Donkey's divine ability is very powerful. Fatso smacked his lips when he saw little donkeys killing Old Immortal with random punches. Fatso was clearly more familiar with Brother Donkey's various divine abilities, so he knew how terrifying Brother Donkey's divine ability was. Bang bang bang, little donkey's divine ability clashed with Gua Zifei's Dao diagram, causing a series of earth-shaking collisions. Each collision was like the ringing of a great bell. Cracks appeared in the void due to the vibrations. After 36 consecutive collisions, Brother Donkey's killing Old Immortal with random punches landed. After 36 rounds, Brother Donkey's killing Old Immortal finally broke Gua Zifei's supreme immortal slaying Dao. Gua Zifei's body changed from the Dao diagram to his original form. His entire body was sent flying. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Countless exclamations suddenly rang out. Gazes of disbelief were fixed on what was happening in the arena. Everyone knew how powerful the supreme immortal slaying Dao was. However, such a powerful divine ability couldn't withstand Little Donkey's attack. Little Donkey had become so powerful? Even Lin Feng was very surprised. Lin Feng knew that Little Donkey was powerful, but he never thought that Little Donkey's strength would be so powerful. He could kill any god or Buddha that stood in his way. Gua Zifei roared in anger. He was mad with hatred. He was the holy son of the supreme immortal sect, a high and mighty existence. But now, he was injured by a donkey. If news of this spread, wouldn't he be laughed at? Supreme World Annihilation / Gua Zifei roared in anger. His body emitted waves of destructive energy. The energy waves changed the color of heaven and earth. Supreme World Annihilation / is actually this peerless technique. It's said that it's one of the 13 supreme immortal techniques recorded in the Supreme Immortal Sutra. This immortal technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. Even in the Supreme Immortal sect, only a handful of people have successfully cultivated this technique. I didn't expect Gua Zifei to have comprehended this supreme technique at such a young age. I wonder if that donkey can withstand Gua Zifei's attack. Suddenly, a cultivator exclaimed. Many people's expressions changed when they heard how powerful the Supreme World Annihilation / was. They were shocked. Gua Zifei, who had used the Supreme World Annihilation / turned into a murderous aura. That murderous aura shook slightly. It could tear the void apart. It was very powerful. It could make one's soul tremble. That murderous aura directly slashed towards Little Donkey, wanting to split Little Donkey in half. Feeling the cold aura emitted by that murderous aura, many people couldn't help but tremble even though they were far away. Hey, you're not simple, you bastard. You actually know such a powerful move. The donkey began to bray loudly. Hearing Little Donkey's words, many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. What kind of situation was this? Little Donkey actually used words like bastard to provoke Gua Zifei. He was really tired of living. With a thought, the galaxy is forever separated. Little Donkey roared, and a galaxy world appeared in front of him. He wanted to use the galaxy world to block Gua Zifei's attack. However, Gua Zifei's attack was too terrifying. It directly pierced through the galaxy world and flew in front of Little Donkey. Pfft! A tearing sound was heard. Chapter 2408. It can't be, right? That arrogant donkey is dead, just like that? Many people were completely dumbfounded. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. Although Little Donkey's body had been torn apart, Little Donkey's body wasn't bleeding. That didn't make sense. Little Donkey was made of flesh and blood. If he was really killed, how could he not bleed? There was only one explanation for this. Little Donkey wasn't dead. Swoosh. Sure enough, the donkey that had been killed dissipated. It wasn't its real body, but an avatar formed by condensing energy. Now it was gone. Kakaka. At that moment, the donkey stepped out of the void and let out a strange cry that was very characteristic of the donkey. Crack, crack. Little Donkey raised his hoof and kicked Gua Zifei's murderous aura. Gua Zifei's murderous aura was kicked back to its original form by Little Donkey. Guazifei's ultimate world annihilation hadn't been able to kill Little Donkey. Instead, Little Donkey had quickly beaten him back to his original form. At that moment, no one understood how Little Donkey had managed to dodge Guazifei's attack. You're too weak. With your little cultivation, you're only fit to carry Brother Donkey's shoes, the donkey said arrogantly, once again turning on its pretentious mode. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Donkey charged in front of Guazifei. A huge donkey's hoof kicked viciously at Guazifei. Crack, crack. A hoof landed on Guazifei's chest. Guazifei's chest caved in. Wah! Guazifei spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell to the ground. His face was as white as a sheet. Little Donkey descended from the sky and stepped on Guazifei. The outcome of the battle had been decided. Many people were still in a daze. They hadn't expected this outcome. When Little Donkey had drawn Guazifei, many people thought that Guazifei would win. However, when the battle started, they realized how wrong they were. Little Donkey's battle prowess was simply heaven-defying. Guazifei could only be abused by Little Donkey. Although Guazifei had used the Tai Supreme Immortal Sect's top immortal technique, he hadn't been able to cause any damage to Little Donkey. Everyone couldn't help but guess the donkey's cultivation level. Just what level was it at that it was so terrifying? Do you admit defeat? Little Donkey looked at Guazifei. Now that he was being stepped on by the donkey, Guazifei felt so depressed that he wanted to bang his head against the wall and kill himself. To him, this was simply a great humiliation. He looked coldly at Little Donkey and didn't answer Little Donkey's question. F***CK. It seems like you're still not convinced. The donkey immediately brayed. A cold glint flashed in its eyes, as if it was plotting something. Seeing Little Donkey's eyes flashing, Yi Shiwen felt a chill run down his spine. Guazifei felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, Guazifei also admitted defeat. He quickly said, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. What a coward. Scram! Little Donkey raised his hooves and kicked Guazifei away. This donkey is too ferocious. Even an expert like Guazifei can't compare to it. I don't think there are many people who can defeat this donkey. That little girl, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, the white-robed woman, the great demonic god, Qing Emperor and Bai Shasheng might be able to fight her. Many cultivators discussed in low voices. They didn't include Lin Feng, Gongziyu, or Fatso. This was because Lin Feng and the other two were in the same group as Little Donkey. If they really met, one side would probably choose to forfeit. Little Donkey was in the sixth group. After Little Donkey left the stage, two beams of light teleported two cultivators up. The seventh group began. The two people in the seventh group were the Nalan Dao sect of the Supreme Immortal Sect and the Hidden Sword Heaven of the Sword Sage Immortal Sect. The Nalan Dao sect was good at various powerful divine abilities, while the Hidden Sword Heaven had an understanding of the Sword Dao that ordinary people couldn't reach. The battle between the two was also very intense. In the end, the Nalan Dao sect defeated the Hidden Sword Heaven. The eighth group was Fatso's turn. Fatso's opponent was the eldest princess of the Murong Immortal Kingdom, Murong Fian. Murong Fian was also a peerless beauty. She was ranked in the top 10 beauties in the beauty chart. It was rumored that this woman was best at dancing. She was able to dance in a palm-sized area. After seeing Murong Fian, Fatso's eyes immediately widened. He almost drooled. This damned Fatso really couldn't move his legs after seeing the woman. When the two were fighting, Fatso wanted to take advantage of Murong Fian. But before he could take advantage, he was sent flying by Murong Fian. Murong Fian was beautiful and had a high cultivation, so the fatty was forced to retreat after one move. In the end, he was defeated by Murong Fian. This damned Fatso is really useless, the donkey wailed, looking exasperated at its failure to live up to expectations. After Fatso was defeated, he actually went to get close to Murong Fian. He told her his name, hometown, age, background, and so on. Then, he emphasized that he was single. Damn, a toad wants to eat swan meat. Damn Fatso, get down here. Many people below started cursing. Murong Fian didn't pay attention to Fatso. However, Fatso wasn't discouraged. This guy was a person who would become braver with every defeat. The ninth group was between Li Gon, who was possessed by the devil blood, and Zhou Xianjun of the Sunset Immortal Sect. Zhou Xianjun was also an extremely powerful person. However, his opponent was too strong. Although the devil blood had hidden his strength, he still defeated Zhou Xianjun easily. The 10th group was between Qing Emperor and Li Baikan of the Red Dust Immortal Sect. Qing Emperor's cultivation was unfathomable. Li Baikan, on the other hand, had received guidance from the Red World Fairy. The battle between the two was also extremely intense. In the end, Qing Emperor defeated Li Baikan. The 11th group was between Gongzi Yu and Li Gan. Gongzi Yu's opponent was Shui Wanfa. Shui Wanfa was the son of the 10,000 Arts Immortal Sect's sect master. His cultivation was tyrannical, and he fought a fierce battle with Gongzi Yu. Gongzi Yu narrowly defeated Shui Wanfa. Heavens! The last group is between Yuan Yu and the woman in white. It's actually a battle between these two. This is definitely the most anticipated battle of this round. Yuan Yu has a patient personality. I've always thought that comparing Yuan Ji to this person was an insult to him. This Yuan Yu is who knows how many times stronger than Yuan Ji. That woman in white is even more powerful. I've even seen her chase after Lin Feng in the past. Look at how strong Lin Feng's cultivation is. He was actually chased around by that woman in white. You can see how terrifying that woman in white is. I wonder how this battle will turn out. Chapter 2409. Lin Feng understood the white-clothed woman very well. Her cultivation was abnormally terrifying. Gongzi Yu said that the white-clothed woman was from the Divine Sun clan. This was an ancient clan that protected the sun, and the white-clothed woman had sealed herself for many years. Now that she had come out, perhaps only the white-clothed woman herself knew how strong her cultivation was. Back then, Lin Feng had been chased by the white-clothed woman, so Lin Feng knew what kind of tyrannical existence the white-clothed woman was. As the successor of the Undying clan, Yuan Yu had hidden himself very deeply, causing Lin Feng to be deeply fearful of him. Originally, Yuan Yu should have been a seeded contestant and had a high chance of entering the top 10. But now that he met the white-clothed woman, there were many more variables. Bai Wanyu's bloodline is very powerful. Her clan, her ancestor, is too extraordinary. Although Yuan Yu's bloodline is powerful, he is destined to be different from Bai Wanyu. Gongzi Yu said. Lin Feng knew what Gongzi Yu meant by different. Bai Wanyu's grandfather was said to be a powerhouse that dominated the world. Was he a great emperor? Or even an immortal? After all, Bai Wanyu had sealed himself for countless years. Countless years ago, the top powerhouse should have been an emperor or even an immortal. Yuan Yu's bloodline was also extremely powerful, but Yuan Yu is not a third-generation relative of an emperor or an immortal. The first 3 generations of the bloodline inheritance were the most powerful. In the 3 generations we are talking about, the first generation is the son's generation, the second generation is the grandson's generation, and the third generation is the great-grandson's generation. This was the 3rd generation of the bloodline inheritance. The same bloodline. The degree of awakening of the ancestral blood was also the same. However, cultivators within the 3rd generation of the bloodline inheritance were often much stronger than cultivators outside of the 3rd generation of the bloodline inheritance. Yuan Yu belonged to the latter. He was not a living creature that walked out of the stone. Although his bloodline was powerful, the bloodline inheritance was too ancient. The ancestral power in his bloodline could not compare to Bai Wanyu's. Of course, Lin Feng knew that it would not be easy for Bai Wanyu to defeat Yuan Yu, because Yuan Yu had hidden himself too deeply. A battle between cultivators. The bloodline inheritance was only one factor that determined the outcome of this battle, but not all of them. In a battle between cultivators, there were many factors that ultimately determined the outcome of the battle. Cultivation level, divine ability, magic power, bloodline, performance, psychological fluctuations, emotional control, speed, and so on. Of course, some factors were more important. For example, the mystique, realm, bloodline, and other factors. There were also some factors that were relatively non-determinants, such as psychological fluctuations, emotional control, and so on. It was hard to say what would happen in the battle between Bai Wanyu and Yuan Yu until the last moment. Right now, It could only be said that everything was possible. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were displayed. The battle was extremely intense. Lin Feng had been observing Yuan Yu the entire time. He had a nagging feeling that Yuan Yu was withdrawing her strength. Bai Wanyu also seemed to be deliberately hiding her cultivation. The two sides fought for thousands of rounds, and in the end, Bai Wanyu won. This battle could be said to be brilliant and varied. Many people were mesmerized by the scene. Neither of them used their full strength. Gongziyu said. Lin Feng nodded and said, Yuan Yu is not a simple person. He keeps a very low profile and doesn't particularly care about the outcome of this battle. Those who know how to hide are the most terrifying, Fatso said. Little Donkey had always been fearless. When Yuan Yu was mentioned, he could not help but say, that guy is indeed terrifying. Every time I see him, my heart will suddenly jump. There aren't many people who can make me feel this way. He's a great enemy, Lin Feng said. The battle between Bai Wanyu and Yuan Yu was the 12th battle. It was also the final battle of the 25 to advance to the 13th. After the end of this battle, the top 13 were decided. The top 13 were Lin Feng, Little Donkey, Gongziyu, Bai Shasheng, the Little Girl, the Great Demon God, the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son, Narang Dao Sect's disciple, Li Gon, Bai Wanyu, the Qing Emperor, Murong Fian, and the mysterious Veiled Woman. Next, the most important battle would begin. The battle of the 13th to advance to the 7th stage. The closer the battle was to the end, the more tense it became. The atmosphere at the scene couldn't help but become solemn. Everyone was waiting for the final drawing of lots and the showdown. The last 13 people are all experts among experts. I wonder what the final result will be. It seems that one person will also get a bye in this round. The person who gets the bye is really lucky. Not only will he be able to advance directly, but he will also be able to preserve his strength. When the next battle comes, his advantage will be revealed. Yeah, the last lucky person was that Veiled Woman. I wonder who it will be this time. If that Veiled Woman gets the bye again, her luck will be heaven-defying. The cultivators watching the battle whispered to each other. Lin Feng and the other cultivators who had advanced went onto the battle stage and got ready to draw lots for the final battle. First of all, congratulations on successfully advancing to the top 13. In the next draw, one person will get the bye, and the rest will get the duel. Now, let's begin the draw. Dongfang Zhentian took out the drawing box and had everyone line up to draw their lots. Lin Feng, of course, hoped that he would be able to draw a free ticket. However, who would get it? It would depend on whose luck was better. This involved the fate of the unseen. The 13 people present all had a lot of fate. It was really hard to say who would get it. After drawing his lot, Lin Feng glanced at it and found that he got the duel. He couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. However, he was already prepared for this, so he wasn't particularly disappointed. Ahaha, ahaha, my luck is exploding. I got the bye. Little Donkey immediately shouted excitedly. Damn, it's actually this donkey who got the bye. This donkey's luck is really extraordinary. I was looking forward to this donkey getting a powerful cultivator, such as the little girl, the woman in white, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, or the Qing Emperor. I didn't expect it to get the bye. I hope it meets that little girl next time. Hee. I hope it meets the Qing Emperor. Many cultivators started to slander. They couldn't wait for Little Donkey to get a powerful person and be defeated. However, such a situation wouldn't happen in this round for the time being. Lin Feng and the others walked to the stage and waited for the duel to begin. Everyone held their breaths. This was because the 12 people who were about to fight were all extremely terrifying. Therefore, the surrounding atmosphere became extremely solemn. Swoosh, swoosh, two beams of light shone down. Chapter 24:10. The first group was between Bai Shusheng and Qing Emperor. Every round of the competition had been the focus of attention, and this round was no exception. Bai Shusheng was an expert who had walked out of stone. He had an extremely powerful massacre bloodline. On the other hand, Qing Emperor was a saint fetus, born from heaven and earth. He was perfectly compatible with the great Tao. whether it was Qing Emperor or Bai Shusheng. Their cultivations were both heaven-defying. The two of them didn't say much and immediately engaged in a fierce battle. It was difficult to tell who would win. Bai Shusheng activated his massacre bloodline. Qing Emperor also activated his green immortal physique. The green immortal physique was a terrifying physique that was extremely rare since ancient times. This physique usually only appeared in the bodies of saint spirits. It was very difficult for ordinary people to have such a physique. Qing Emperor was a saint spirit. Therefore, he controlled the green immortal physique. The cultivators watching the battle below constantly exclaimed, because the battle between the two of them was too exciting. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were continuously displayed. Suppression and counter-suppression. The battle was intense. Many people's blood vessels were boiling. In the end, Qing Emperor won the battle. Qing Emperor's cultivation was indeed too terrifying. Bai Shusheng was no exception when he lost to Qing Emperor. Moreover, Bai Shusheng obviously had hidden moves that he had not used. In fact, in the prodigy ranking competition, everyone had hidden moves that they had not used. In such a ranking competition, they naturally could not reveal their greatest trump cards. Therefore, many people did not choose to use their greatest trump cards even if they were defeated, because those trump cards were used to save their lives at critical moments. If they were exposed in advance, in the future, if they were besieged or ambushed, it would be troublesome if their trump cards were exposed in advance. The second group was between the Great Demon God and Narang Daozong. Narang Daozong exuded a mysterious aura. He was a relatively low-key disciple in the Supreme Immortal Sect, and Lin Feng did not know much about him. However, he was able to fight his way into the top 13, which showed how powerful his cultivation was. As for the Great Demonic God, he was Lin Feng's old rival. When he first met the Great Demon God, Lin Feng was far from being his opponent. Now, many years had passed. Even against the Great Demon God, Lin Feng had the strength to fight back. Lin Feng's progress over the years was simply too fast. Boom! The Great Demonic God's body emitted a terrifying aura. He coldly swept his gaze towards the Narang Dao sect. The Exalted Immortal Sect's Exalted Immortal Scripture contains many peerless divine abilities. There are even rumored forbidden techniques. Sooner or later, I will obtain the Exalted Immortal Scripture. The Great Demonic God also had a pretentious personality. In front of the disciples of the Supreme Immortal Sect, he said that he wanted to steal their ancestral immortal scriptures. Wasn't this courting death? Who do you think you are? You actually dare to covet my Supreme Immortal Sect's Supreme Immortal Scripture. Do you really think you're some big shot? No matter how powerful you are only a cultivator of the younger generation. In front of my Supreme Immortal Sect, you are still like an ant. If my Supreme Immortal Sect wants to destroy you, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. The disciples of the Supreme Immortal Sect who were watching the battle below immediately cursed. All kinds of curses came one after another, but the Great Demonic God still had a calm look on his face. He didn't care about the insults from the people below. Boom! The battle on the stage broke out. Narang Dao sect didn't ridicule the Great Demonic God. He directly attacked the Great Demonic God. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. This battle was much more intense than the previous one. The Great Demonic God was best at attacking. His attacks were overbearing and wild. Narang Dao sect was the same as the Great Demonic God. He was also best at attacking. All kinds of offensive divine abilities were displayed. The battle between the two sides was extremely intense. The Great Demonic God had previously acted pretentiously in front of Narang Dao sect, threatening to steal the undying immortal scripture. However, during the battle, he was suppressed by Narang Dao sect most of the time. Narang Dao sect's cultivation was too tyrannical, causing many people to raise their eyebrows. However, it was too difficult to defeat the Great Demonic God. In the continuous confrontation, Narang Dao sect's advantage began to gradually decrease. Narang Dao sect is from the human race, while the Great Demonic God is from the demon god race. There is a certain gap between their physical bodies. Under this kind of continuous consumption, Narang Dao sect's consumption is much faster than the Great Demonic God's. Gongziyu said. Lin Feng nodded. Perhaps this was the disadvantage of the human race. The human race's advantage was magic power, wisdom, and perception. The human race's disadvantage was their physical body, bloodline, and speed. The situation was the same as what Gongziyu said. Although Narang Dao sect suppressed the great demonic god in the beginning, he wasn't able to defeat the great demonic god. In this kind of tug-of-war, his consumption was too great. The great demonic god relied on the demon god race's tyrannical physical body to reduce his consumption in the battle. Therefore, in the later stages of the battle, the great demonic god began to gain the upper hand and finally defeated Narang Dao sect. In the third group, Gongziyu entered the stage. Gongziyu's opponent was the mysterious woman from the previous round. It was unknown what the identity of this woman was. When he saw Gongziyu's opponent, Lin Feng frowned. He felt that among these people, the 5 most terrifying people were the little girl, the cultivator possessed by the demon blood, the Qing Emperor, by Wanyu, and the masked woman. These 5 people were the 5 people that Lin Feng was most afraid of. If he wanted to rank these 5 people, Lin Feng felt that the masked woman's ranking could be ranked first or second. But now Gongziyu drew the masked woman. This luck was really bad. That masked woman is too strong. Gongziyu is in trouble this time, Fatso said aloud. Little Donkey said, Gongziyu's luck is too bad. He actually drew such an abnormal existence. The cultivators below were also discussing. They couldn't wait to watch this battle. Boom! On the arena, a great battle broke out. The battle was intense. Gongziyu's attacks were very violent. Thousands of Dao techniques and tens of thousands of divine abilities were at his fingertips. All kinds of powerful attacks fell like rain, bombarding the masked woman. But in the face of Gongziyu's ferocious attacks, the masked woman, on the other hand, had a feeling that she was as calm as the wind and clouds, as if a huge wave was surging towards the heavens. She was countering every move. Gongziyu's various divine abilities were neutralized by her one after another. This is really troublesome. Gongziyu's fierce attacks were not able to suppress that masked woman. I'm afraid he will definitely lose this battle. Little Donkey cried out. Lin Feng said, Let's wait and see. I don't think Gongziyu should be defeated so easily. Boom! At this moment, Gongziyu's body emitted a terrifying wave of energy. That wave of energy caused the surrounding void to distort. Chapter 24:11. Gongziyu was not activating his ancestral blood. Instead, he was activating a special attack. For the time being, Lin Feng didn't know what kind of attack Gongziyu was using. However, it was exceptionally tyrannical, leaving everyone shocked and moved. The masked woman seemed to have sensed how terrifying the attack Gongziyu was about to unleash was, so she couldn't help but frown slightly. However, the veiled woman immediately felt relieved. She had absolute confidence in her own strength. She believed that no matter what kind of move Gongziyu used, she would be able to deal with it easily. Heavenly Demon 9 Transformations. The third transformation, Great Heavenly Demon Venerable Transformation. Gongziyu roared. Crackle. A series of explosive sounds came from Gongziyu's body. This sound was like the sound of bones cracking. It's this kind of divine ability. The 9 transformations of the Heavenly Devil Clan should be the most terrifying divine ability of the Heavenly Devil Clan. There is no other divine ability that is more powerful than the 9 transformations of the Heavenly Devil. It is said that the 9 transformations of the Heavenly Devil can transform into 9 different forms. Each form possesses heaven-defying combat strength. If one could cultivate to the 9th transformation, he or she would be able to display the strength of an immortal. However, for countless years, no Heavenly Devil has ever cultivated the 9 transformations of the Heavenly Devil to the 9th level. Ordinary Heavenly Demons don't have the chance to cultivate the Heavenly Demon 9 transformations. This is a divine ability that only the Imperial family of the Heavenly Demons have the chance to cultivate. I wonder what will happen if the third transformation of the Heavenly Demon 9 transformations faces the masked woman. Countless cultivators discussed with each other. He was looking forward to seeing the power of the demonic 9 transformations. They had only heard of the Heavenly Fiend 9 transformations, but had never seen it before. Now, they could finally broaden their horizons. Heavenly Demon 9 Transformations. It's actually such a divine ability. Lin Feng listened attentively and observed in all directions. He also heard the discussions of the surrounding cultivators. He found out that Gongzi Yu's sacred art was the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon. Lin Feng was also quite shocked. He had heard of this divine ability before, but he had never seen it before. Now, Gongzi Yu was using it. Would he be able to turn this battle around? After the great heavenly devil venerable transformation was executed, Gongzi Yu's body began to grow larger and larger. In the end, his body became 100 meters tall. Gongzi Yu seemed to have become another person, the great heavenly demon venerable. Right now, Gongzi Yu was stepping on the mystical python with his left foot and the black flood dragon with his right foot. An azure dragon was circling around his body. Gongzi Yu's body emitted a destructive aura. Gongzi Yu's current appearance was that of the great heavenly demon venerable. It was rumored that the great heavenly fiend venerable was a stunning figure in the history of the heavenly fiend race. Back then, his appearance had even caused the 3 realms to feel uneasy. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the great heavenly demon venerable's cultivation was back then. After the great heavenly demon venerable died, his primordial spirit did not dissipate. Once he used the great heavenly devil venerable transformation of the heavenly devil 9 transformations. Gongzi Yu would be able to borrow the power of the great heavenly demon venerable's undispersed primordial spirit. His combat strength soared. After transforming, Gongzi Yu charged at the masked woman. Once again, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. Previously, the masked woman had been nonchalant when facing Gongzi Yu's attacks. However, it was different this time. After transforming, Gongzi Yu's cultivation was extremely powerful. For a while, he was able to suppress the masked woman. The masked woman was forced to retreat. The masked woman is going to lose, right? Many people exclaimed. Now that they saw the battle in the arena, more and more cultivators felt that Gongzi Yu might be able to use the heavenly devil 9 transformations to turn the tide of the battle and obtain the final victory. However, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He felt that this battle, Gongzi Yu was most likely going to lose without a doubt. This woman was very smart. Although she was being suppressed by Gongzi Yu and seemed to be in danger, she could be defeated by Gongzi Yu at any moment. However, in reality, every time, she was able to resolve Gongzi Yu's attacks by a hair's breadth. The current Gongzi Yu was too sharp. At this time, fighting head-on with Gongzi Yu was obviously the worst choice. If it was a male cultivator who cared about face, he reckoned that he would really fight head-on with Gongzi Yu. However, female cultivators tended to be more introverted. They were not like male cultivators, who valued their face more than victory or defeat. Therefore, the masked woman was using the word support to deal with Gongzi Yu. Although Gongzi Yu's attacks were tyrannical, one must not forget that the stronger the attack, the greater the consumption. Previously, Gongzi Yu had fought with the masked woman for such a long time. He had already consumed a lot of energy. Now, he had unleashed a heaven-defying sacred art like the heavenly devil 9 transformations. However, the masked woman did not fight Gongzi Yu head-on. She had been trying her best to avoid Gongzi Yu's attacks, constantly consuming Gongzi Yu's energy. In this battle, it was impossible for Gongzi Yu to not lose. Indeed, not long after, Gongzi Yu showed signs of fatigue. His dermic powers were not enough to continue using the heavenly devil 9 transformations. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Gongzi Yu returned to his original body. And at this moment, the masked woman charged towards Gongzi Yu. She had seized this rare opportunity to defeat Gongzi Yu. Gongzi Yu is still too impatient. Although his previous attacks were all neutralized by the masked woman, with Gongzi Yu's strength, it would not be easy for the masked woman to defeat him in a short period of time. He should not have used the heavenly devil 9 transformation so early, but should have continued to grind with the masked woman until their speed, reaction, and dermic powers were greatly reduced before using the heavenly devil 9 transformations. At this time, it would be very difficult for the masked woman to dodge, and at this time, Gongzi Yu's chances of winning were higher. He chose the wrong time to attack, leading to his current defeat. Fatso said. Lin Feng nodded. He agreed with Fatso's words. However, they were outsiders after all, And the reason why they said these words was because they had come to this conclusion after watching the battle between Gongzi Yu and the masked woman. It was a bit of belated praise. Gongzi Yu flew back with a gloomy expression. "We can still fight for 83 spots," Lin Feng said. Gongzi Yu nodded. After this intense battle ended, countless people were still thinking about it. It was really too exciting, and it made people's hearts surge. Swish, swish. A light flashed. 2 more cultivators were teleported to the arena. This was the 4th battle. The 2 sides were the little girl and Morongfian. Morongfian was very strong, but compared to the little girl, there was still a certain gap. In the end, Morongfian was defeated by the little girl. In the end, there were 4 people left who had not fought. These 4 people were Lin Feng, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, Li Gan, who was possessed by the demon blood, and by Wanyu. The cultivation of these 4 people was extremely terrifying. The surrounding air seemed to have frozen. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor looked in the direction of Lin Feng, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a cold killing intent. Swish, swish. 2 beams of light shot out. 2 cultivators were teleported to the arena. One of the cultivators was Lin Feng, the other cultivator. It was the son of the Sky Demon Emperor. The battle of the 7th stage. Lin Feng encountered the son of the Sky Demon Emperor. P.S. Today's first update. Because I have something to do today, I will update in the afternoon and evening. Chapter 24:12. There was no need to elaborate on the grudge between Lin Feng and the Sky Demon Emperor's son. Either one of them would die, and the other would die. Many people clearly knew about the grudge between the 2. Therefore, when they saw that Lin Feng was about to duel with the Sky Demon Emperor's son, many cultivators began to discuss it. This duel would definitely be more exciting than any other duel in the past. In the previous duels, everyone wanted to advance to the next round. However, there was no grudge between the 2 sides, so they would not fight to the death. However, Lin Feng and the Sky Demon Emperor's son were different. The 2 of them were like fire and water, so they would definitely not hold back. I guess that Lin Feng might encounter the Sky Demon Emperor's son, and he really did meet him, Fatso said. The probability of meeting the Sky Demon Emperor's son in the last 4 duels was too high. Therefore, Lin Feng met the Sky Demon Emperor's son. There was a high probability of that happening. Little Donkey said, "The Sky Demon Emperor's son is powerful, but Big Brother Feng is not weak either. It's really hard to say how this battle will turn out." Gongzi Yu said, "Lin Feng's only disadvantage is that his bloodline has not undergone a deep awakening." Fatso and Little Donkey nodded. Compared to the Sky Demon Emperor's son, this was indeed Lin Feng's only disadvantage. Is he finally going to die? Mu Xianling's lips curled into a cold expression. Even though Lin Feng had shown incredible talent and cultivation level, he was still a genius. Even Mu Xianling regretted her actions back then. However, Mu Xianling still wanted to see Lin Feng die. Mu Xianling hated Lin Feng. This hatred, it came very strangely, and it came very fiercely. It was like a treasure. Since she could not obtain it, she would destroy it. That was Mu Xianling's current state of mind. There was a saying, "A woman's heart is the most poisonous." This saying was very reasonable most of the time. Of course, there were also many kind-hearted people among women. They could not be lumped together. Mu Xianling, on the other hand, had admired peerless prodigies like the Sky Demon Emperor's son from the very beginning. In the beginning, she had wanted to marry a prodigy like the Sky Demon Emperor's son. From Mu Xianling's point of view, no matter how strong Lin Feng was, it was impossible for her to defeat him. But compared to a prodigy like the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, there was still a big gap. Therefore, when she saw the battle between Lin Feng and the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, Mu Xianling believed that Lin Feng would not be able to escape this calamity. Lin Feng was no match for the Sky Demon Emperor's son. Many people from the Supreme Immortal Sect also looked at Lin Feng with cold expressions. The grudge between Lin Feng and the Supreme Immortal Sect was not something that could be explained in a few words. Among the people who wanted Lin Feng to be killed, there must be a disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect. On the stage, the Sky Demon Emperor's son looked at Lin Feng with an arrogant expression. His lips curled into a cold smile that was filled with boundless killing intent. I never thought that I would meet you in the 7th stage. It seems like your good luck has come to an end. Have you decided how you want to die? The Sky Demon Emperor's son walked toward Lin Feng step by step, emitting a terrifying aura from his body. Waves of terrifying energy rippled out from the Sky Demon Emperor's son's body, causing many people to feel a suffocating pressure. The Sky Demon Emperor's son was definitely one of the strongest prodigies. More importantly, he also possessed the 8th heavenly fire, the Black Flame God-Eater fire. This made him even more unfathomable. Lin Feng looked at the Sky Demon Emperor's son indifferently and said, "Don't think too highly of yourself. It's your misfortune to have met me. I'll kill you and send you to hell to meet the Sky Demon Emperor. I'll let you and your father reunite sooner. Are you happy? Are you looking forward to it?" Many people burst into laughter when they heard Lin Feng teasing the Sky Demon Emperor's son. The Sky Demon Emperor had been dead for many years. Who would want to meet the Sky Demon Emperor? The Sky Demon Emperor's son naturally didn't want to meet the Sky Demon Emperor. If he really did meet the Sky Demon Emperor, then it would be a corpse. "You lowly thing with a lowly bloodline. How dare you say such words to this prince? You're courting death." The Sky Demon Emperor's son sent a palm strike toward Lin Feng. Demonic energy churned within his body. Mysterious and ancient runes swirled around the Sky Demon Emperor's son. The runes were distorted. They were distorted. They emitted terrifying energy ripples. The celestial bestial emperor's son knew how powerful Lin Feng's immemorial year's rush was, so he used ancient bestial talismans to protect himself. "Are you still living in a dream? You have the nerve to call yourself this prince? It's time to wake up." Lin Feng mocked without fear. He stepped toward the Sky Demon Emperor's son, activated the Dracophon arm, and attacked the Sky Demon Emperor's son. Lin Feng wouldn't be careless when dealing with the Sky Demon Emperor's son. If he was careless or underestimated such an expert, that would be disastrous. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely. The powerful forces collided with each other. It was as if two fast-moving stars in the starry sky world had collided with each other. The energy that spread out surged out. Crack! Crack! Shortly after, the sound of cracks could be heard. The void arena couldn't withstand the collision between Lin Feng and the Sky Demon Emperor's son. Huge cracks appeared on it. That void arena is an arena formed by the heavenly Tao. It can't withstand the energy ripples from their battle. Aren't they too terrifying? Firstly, they're strong. Secondly, they didn't hold back at all when they used their powerful attacks. The spectating cultivators began to discuss. The battle had just begun, but it was already so violent. It would definitely be exciting. The void arena was cracked by the energy ripples from the battle between Lin Feng and the Sky Demon Emperor's son. However, the void arena had the ability to repair itself. It quickly completed its self-repair. Moreover, the order of heaven and earth could sense it. The order of heaven and earth that permeated the void became even more powerful. The void arena was also strengthened and was much sturdier than before. After the Sky Demon Emperor's son made his first attack, his second attack was ready. Silently, the second attack was formed. The corners of the Sky Demon Emperor's son's mouth curled into a cold, murderous smile. An indistinct silhouette appeared behind Lin Feng. The shadow behind the Sky Demon Emperor's son disappeared without a trace. The shadow that appeared behind Lin Feng seemed to be the Sky Demon Emperor's son's shadow. The shadow's mouth curled into a cold smile. That expression was filled with endless murderous intent. It was as if it had its own thoughts. It could be described as inconceivable. That shadow, using his palm as a knife, he slashed toward Lin Feng's neck. Chapter 24:13. A shadow silently appeared behind Lin Feng. What is that shadow? Look, why did the heavenly demon emperor's son's shadow disappear? Could the shadow behind Lin Feng be the heavenly demon emperor's son's shadow? I know. It's the demonic shadow art. It's the legendary demonic shadow art. The heavenly demon emperor's son must have cultivated this demonic shadow art. That's why his shadow can leave his body and silently attack others. What's the demonic shadow art? I've never heard of it. The demonic shadow technique is said to be an extremely terrifying demonic path divine ability. It cultivates one's own shadow into an incarnation. The shadow can leave the body and attack others. Because the shadow doesn't create any fluctuations when it moves, it's very difficult for cultivators to notice that the opponent's shadow has already appeared behind them during a battle. Then, the attacked cultivator wouldn't even understand what was going on before being killed by the shadow. It's that powerful? Doesn't that mean Lin Feng is in for it? The cultivators below began to whisper to each other. Lin Feng couldn't see the shadow. However, after so many years and countless battles, his battle instincts made him feel a bone-piercing coldness behind him. It was a type of intuition, a very sharp and powerful intuition. For example, when people often did something, they would develop an instinctive intuition about it. They would know what to do in order to do it well. Lin Feng also had the same intuition. Even though he couldn't see the shadow, he could sense danger approaching. It was said that some cultivators could form an ability even stronger than intuition. This ability was called sudden inspiration. When danger approached, the cultivator would feel an intense sense of danger. Then, the cultivator could choose a suitable method to avoid danger. Avoid danger. This was the sudden inspiration ability. Of course, Lin Feng still couldn't form such a powerful ability. After so many years of battle, Lin Feng's intuition allowed him to sense danger many times. Just like now, when he sensed danger descending upon him, he felt a sense of danger. Swoosh! Lin Feng teleported and disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son's attack landed in midair. A moment later, Lin Feng appeared behind the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. He could teleport for a short distance. This was an ability granted to Lin Feng by the Golden-Winged Rock Clone, one of the 9 emperors. Sensing the powerful fist wind behind him, the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son turned around and punched back. Lin Feng and the Celestial Beast Emperor's son had completely different styles. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son's attacks were more sinister. This was because demons were more cunning. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's personality. His character was very cunning. On the other hand, Lin Feng's attacks were straightforward and brutal. He liked to crush his opponents as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Bang! The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. Lin Feng's son. Lin Feng injected the power of samsara into this punch. He wanted to make the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son grow old. But the ancient demon runes that appeared on the surface of the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son's body displayed a great effect at this moment. The ancient demon runes were extraordinary, blocking the invasion of the power of samsara. Lin Feng rushed forward, wanting to launch a fierce attack on the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. Swish! Suddenly, the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son's body began to divide. 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, 4 divided into 8. Before long, a total of 64 Heavenly Demon Emperor's sons appeared on the stage. It made it hard for Lin Feng to determine which Heavenly Demon Emperor's son was the real one. After exchanging a few blows, you lowly ant indeed brought a little surprise to this prince. But now, everything should be over. You are destined to die in this prince's hands. The 64 Heavenly Demon Emperor's sons spoke at the same time. That cold and emotionless voice sounded. Cold gazes looked at Lin Feng. Their eyes were filled with a chilling killing intent. Waves of violent fluctuations emanated from the 64 Heavenly Demon Emperor's sons as they formed hand seals. They seemed to be preparing a terrifying divine ability. Could it be? A cultivator's voice trembled slightly. What? Brother, do you know what divine ability the Heavenly Demon Emperor's sons are going to use? Someone quickly asked. It's very likely to be the legendary divine ability. It's said that it's a supreme secret technique passed down by GFA. It's the future 64 trigrams that can be used against the enemy, the cultivator said. Many people were shocked. Human Emperor Fuxi had created the Khanate 8 trigrams. Later on, GFA evolved the future 64 trigrams on the basis of the Khanate 8 trigrams. These were 2 extremely important moments in the history of the human race. They were also the beginning of 2 glorious periods of history. The future 64 trigrams had endless magical uses. It could deduce the changes of the heavenly cycle. It could form a divine ability to attack. It could form a defensive system, and so on. The Heavenly Demon Emperor wanted to use the future 64 trigrams to form a divine ability to attack. As the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son, he had probably obtained this inheritance from the Heavenly Demon Emperor. But in reality, GFA's inheritance was extremely incomplete even in the G-clan. Formation runes intertwined and floated in midair. They connected with each other and formed chains of order. Soon, those runes condensed into a huge ancient diagram. The core of the ancient diagram was the connate 8 trigrams. The connate 8 trigrams expanded outward and formed the future 64 trigrams. The future 64 trigrams is an ancient inheritance of the human race. Today, I'll use your inheritance to kill you. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son said coldly. Rumble. The 64 Heavenly Demon Emperor's sons drove the ancient diagram toward Linfeng. A loud explosion shook the sky. The ancient diagram looked like a huge primordial mountain. It suppressed the mountain. It seemed capable of suppressing the world. What a powerful attack. Many people could sense the ancient diagram's power and couldn't help but be shocked. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the ancient diagram that was descending from the sky. He was wondering whether Linfeng would be able to resist the attack of the ancient map. Do you think you're worthy of using the human race's divine ability? I'll kill you and take back the divine ability that belongs to the human race. Linfeng sneered. He activated the arm of the dragon and elephant and threw punch after punch at the ancient diagram that was descending from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. 9 punches landed on the ancient diagram in a row. The ancient diagram was completely fine. However, Linfeng was sent flying by the ancient diagram. Chapter 24:14. As expected of an attack derived from the 64 Hotian hexagrams. Its power is truly tyrannical. Linfeng's expression turned solemn. He was someone who was good at seizing opportunities. Moreover, he was very good at finding the opponent's flaws in a battle and attacking them. It was precisely because of Linfeng's outstanding abilities that he felt that the current Heavenly Demon Emperor's son was simply invulnerable. Linfeng really couldn't see any weakness in the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. Moreover, each of the 64 Heavenly Demon Emperor's son was exactly the same as the real one. In fact, Linfeng felt that these 64 Heavenly Demon Emperor's sons were not the most important thing, even if he destroyed the fake ones. However, the Heavenly Demon Emperor's sons could still condense new bodies. To break this kind of divine ability, he didn't have to destroy the fake Heavenly Demon Emperor's sons. He had to directly destroy the ancient diagram. Buzz. The ancient diagram shook the void and quickly flew over, once again suppressing Linfeng. The ancient diagram was very terrifying. It emitted waves of destructive energy. The ancient diagram once again enveloped Linfeng. That grand sacrificial art, Yi Futian murmured. This time, Linfeng began to use the great sacrificial art. Linfeng remembered a principle. In a battle between cultivators, the divine ability that could be broken should be broken. If it couldn't be broken, then think of a way to sacrifice it. If it couldn't be sacrificed, he would think of another way. The power of sacrifice descended from the sky, rumbling as it turned into a long river of sacrifice. It surged towards the ancient diagram. Huff, huff, huff. Suddenly, the power of sacrifice burned fiercely. He wanted to sacrifice the ancient diagram, but the ancient diagram was too terrifying. It directly scattered the power of sacrifice. Oh! Linfeng was surprised. The great sacrificial art was a divine ability that rarely failed. Now that it was broken, it was somewhat unexpected. Linfeng couldn't help but frown. He chose to quickly retreat, putting a certain distance between himself and the ancient diagram. Linfeng seems to want to destroy the ancient map, but he failed. It seems like he's in trouble. That's right. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son's attack is too strong. How can an ancient diagram formed by the Hotian 8 trigrams be so easily broken by Jiu? The cultivators who were watching the battle below were also stirred up. They stared unblinkingly at the battle above the arena. This battle was too exciting, so much so that it gave them a suffocating feeling as if they were in the middle of it. Chu Yashuan said worriedly. Senior brother Lin seems to be in trouble. That Sky Demon Emperor's son is too strong. Senior brother Lin, don't get hurt. Little Donkey said, don't worry, sister-in-law. Brother Feng will definitely be able to break through the Sky Demon Emperor's attack. When Chu Yashuan heard Little Donkey call her sister-in-law, she blushed and wanted to explain. But the words were on the tip of his tongue. But for some reason, he did not say it out loud. Perhaps in Chu Yashuan's heart, she didn't want to explain. She hoped that she was really what Little Donkey called her. She could become Lin Feng's woman. Despicable guy. Even though your great sacrificial spell is powerful, all things in the world have their weaknesses. Your great sacrificial spell can't break through my 64 divinations, said Lin Feng coldly. The 64 imperial princes looked at Lin Feng coldly. They looked at Lin Feng with disdain and disdain. It's too early to be happy, said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. You'll know whether it's too early to be happy or not, said the 64 imperial princes coldly. They activated the ancient diagram and moved towards Lin Feng again. Since I can't break through the Sky Demon Emperor's son's attack, I'll deal with his real body, said Lin Feng indifferently. He had thought of a spell, the great ancestors' curses. He could use curses to deal with the imperial princes. But Lin Feng had to deal with the imperial prince's real body. It wasn't a fake body. With so many imperial princes around, it wouldn't be easy to find the imperial prince's real body. But Lin Feng still had a trump card. The heavenly demon Snake Eye. This was one of Lin Feng's secrets. Magic power surged out and wrapped around Lin Feng. With magic power wrapped around his body, the others couldn't see Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng opened the heavenly demon Snake Eye. The heavenly demon Snake Eye. It could see through illusions. When the heavenly demon Snake Eye scanned the 64 imperial princes, Lin Feng finally locked onto the imperial prince's real body. Then, Lin Feng began to chant the Great Curse technique. His hands also began to form all sorts of seals. The more powerful a spell was, the more difficult it was to use. Naturally, it wasn't easy to use a spell as powerful as the Great Curse technique. Therefore, one needed to chant the curse and conjure all sorts of seals. The two methods were combined. While Lin Feng was releasing the Great Cursing technique, the ancient talisman quickly flew towards him. It had already locked onto Lin Feng and was moving towards him. Everybody saw that Lin Feng didn't dodge. Everyone was dumbfounded. His opponent's attack was so powerful. Lin Feng didn't move at all. What was he trying to do? Had he given up on resisting? But that shouldn't be the case. Everyone was puzzled and puzzled. They didn't know what Lin Feng was trying to do. The imperial princes couldn't help but frown. Lin Feng wasn't someone who was willing to wait for death. What trick is he trying to play? The imperial princes couldn't help but wonder. Although he didn't know what Lin Feng was trying to do, however, the Sky Demon Emperor's son was extremely confident in his attacks. He was convinced that if the ancient diagram managed to hit Lin Feng, he would be able to kill him. At that time, Lin Feng would definitely die. Die. The Celestial Beast Emperor's son smiled ferociously when he saw that the ancient diagram was about to hit Lin Feng. At the same time, the imperial princes had already made his preparations. The moment Lin Feng was killed, he summoned his 8th heavenly flame, the black god-devouring flame, to devour the 4 heavenly flames that Lin Feng controlled. As long as he could devour Lin Feng's heavenly flames, he would be able to control 5 heavenly flames. How much would his cultivation improve by? Wouldn't he be invincible by then? Who would be his match? At that thought, the imperial princes couldn't help but grow excited. The ancient map is coming down, but Lin Feng still hasn't dodged. He's going to be killed. Many cultivators cried out in alarm. What is Little Feng doing? Fatso couldn't help but wonder. He couldn't stay calm anymore. Even though Little Donkey was confident in Lin Feng, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Chu Yashuan was as pale as a sheet because she was worried about Lin Feng. Gong Ziyu frowned as he looked at the stage. Die, die. Mu Xianling, on the other hand, sneered, her face revealing a pleasantly surprised expression. Despicable ant, you can go to hell now. Chapter 24:15. Just as everyone thought that Lin Feng was about to die under the heavenly demon emperor's son's attack, suddenly, pooh! One of the heavenly demon emperor's sons suffered a heavy blow. His chest was pierced, and blood spurted out. He was severely injured. With the heavenly demon emperor's son's true body injured, the ancient diagram he activated with the Hotion 64 trigrams began to disintegrate. Crack, crack. The ancient map, which was about to collide with Lin Feng's body, started breaking apart. In fact, the 63 clones had all dissipated. Only the heavenly demon emperor's son's true body was left. However, the heavenly demon emperor's son was in a very bad situation. His body was dyed red with blood. He looked rather miserable. Lin Feng's great curse art had injured the heavenly demon emperor's son. The heavenly demon emperor's son is injured. What happened? I don't know. I didn't see Lin Feng attack. But how did the heavenly demon emperor's son get injured? The cultivators watching the battle below all had puzzled expressions on their faces. They had thought that Lin Feng was dead for sure. But who would have thought Lin Feng was still alive? Instead, the heavenly demon emperor's son was severely injured. This was too dramatic. Everyone felt like they were in a dream. Even now, they still couldn't figure out what had happened. Heavenly demon emperor's son, you dare to show off in front of me with your puny cultivation base? Lin Feng sneered and quickly charged at the heavenly demon emperor's son. He activated the Dracophant arm and punched at the heavenly demon emperor's son. The heavenly demon emperor's son was injured by his great curse art. Now was the time to kill the heavenly demon emperor's son. Lin Feng's great curse art was rather unique. It was very difficult to use, and even if he used it, it might not be effective. There was a problem with the great curse art's probability of injuring the enemy. It would only work sometimes. Fortunately, Lin Feng's great curse art had injured the heavenly demon emperor's son's true body. If he hadn't injured the sky demon emperor's son, he would have died. Lin Feng naturally kept this saying in his heart. If he didn't kill the heavenly demon emperor's son now, when would he kill him? Facing Lin Feng's powerful attack, the sky demon emperor's son's face was incomparably gloomy. When had he ever suffered such an injury? But now, he was injured by Lin Feng. The sky demon emperor's son felt an urge to go crazy. Right now, the sky demon emperor's son only had one thought. That was to tear Lin Feng to shreds. When he saw Lin Feng charging over, the sky demon emperor's son's body surged with countless runes. Sky demon ghost claw. Those runes condensed into a huge claw. The claw was grayish-brown in color and emitted an extremely evil aura. Waves of chilly wind blew over, and ghostly chi lingered around. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. Bang! The sky demon ghost claw collided with Lin Feng and actually blocked Lin Feng's attack. The sky demon emperor's son was indeed terrifying to the extreme. He actually unleashed such terrifying combat strength in an injured state. It made Lin Feng feel very surprised. Sky demon chains. The sky demon emperor's son advanced instead of retreating, rapidly charging towards Lin Feng. His hands moved repeatedly. Immediately, densely packed runes surged out. Those runes condensed into two chains. Those two chains emitted waves of astonishing undulations. The two chains seemed to have their own intelligence, rapidly wrapping around Lin Feng's body. This scene caught everyone by surprise, because the Sky Demon Emperor's son was injured. In everyone's view, since the Sky Demon Emperor's son was injured, he would definitely treat his injuries first and avoid Lin Feng's edge. Who would have thought that the Sky Demon Emperor's son was very radical? Not only did he not retreat, instead, he launched an attack towards Lin Feng. Slash. Lin Feng directly executed Sky Splitter, slashing out two saber lights that slashed towards the two chains that were wrapping around him. Clang, clang. Two consecutive sonorous and powerful collisions sounded. The two saber lights that Lin Feng slashed out directly broke the two chains condensed by the Sky Demon Emperor's son. But at this time, the Sky Demon Emperor's son had already arrived beside Lin Feng. No one has ever been able to hurt me, but today, you hurt me. I want you to die a graveless death. The Sky Demon Emperor's son's voice was filled with cold killing intent. His eyes that looked at Lin Feng flickered with rays of resentment. The Sky Demon Emperor's son's right hand actually turned into a pitch-black arm. Around that right hand, black mist lingered. Netherlord's hand. The Sky Demon Emperor's son laughed sinisterly. That arm of his seemed to have become the Netherlord's arm. That arm contained unimaginably terrifying power. It was so powerful that it made one's heart tremble. Lin Feng activated the Dracophant arm and attacked. Bang! Both sides collided. Immediately after, Lin Feng felt an earth-shattering power surge into his body through his Dracophant arm. Then, Lin Feng was sent flying by that terrifying power. That power was simply too powerful. The Sky Demon Emperor's son's Netherlord's hand was so powerful that it made Lin Feng feel incredulous. I won't let you die so easily. I'll torture you ruthlessly and then watch you kneel in front of me like a dog and beg for mercy. The Sky Demon Emperor's son's voice was cold and filled with endless killing intent. He quickly charged towards Lin Feng. Once again, he attacked Lin Feng with his palm. The power of this palm was even stronger than before. Force with force. I've never been afraid of anyone. Lin Feng sneered. The Sky Demon Emperor's son's Netherlord's hand was indeed very powerful. It could actually suppress his Dracophant arm. This shocked Lin Feng. But so what? Lin Feng still had an ultimate move that he hadn't used yet. He began to activate his martial soul. 5 devouring martial souls as one. In a flash, Lin Feng sensed that his physical strength was increasing at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's physical strength increased by 5 times. The devouring martial soul as one could increase one's physical strength. When the devouring martial soul as one was used in addition to the Dracophant arm, how powerful would the Dracophant arm be after increasing one's physical strength by 5 times? Even Lin Feng didn't know. Lin Feng's Dracophant arm attacked the Sky Demon Emperor's son. Bang! Both sides collided once again. Crack! Crack! Immediately after, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The Sky Demon Emperor's son was sent flying. His entire arm exploded. Even his pale white bones were exposed. Barf! In midair, the Sky Demon Emperor's son spat out a mouthful of blood. The Sky Demon Emperor's son has been severely injured by Lin Feng. I really didn't expect Lin Feng's cultivation to be so terrifying. Many cultivators shouted in shock. The battle in the arena shocked everyone. Chapter 24:16. The power displayed by the Dracophant arm was too tyrannical. It was simply unstoppable, destroying everything in its path. It was so powerful that it was shocking. Lin Feng's attack was aimed at the Tian Bestial Emperor's son. He wanted to kill him instantly. However, at this moment, the Sky Demon Emperor's son angrily roared, "You have completely infuriated this prince. You will suffer this prince's endless fury." As the son of the Sky Demon Emperor roared, a terrifying fluctuation was emitted from his body. The fluctuation swept across the land and shook the entire area. Waves after waves of destructive energy spread out, suffocating the onlookers. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor was awakening the power of his ancestral blood. He wanted to use the power of his bloodline to deal with Lin Feng. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor was someone who had undergone a deep bloodline awakening. Hence, his bloodline was extremely powerful. Once he activated his bloodline, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor would be able to display extraordinary fighting strength. Now, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor had activated his bloodline. Sky Demon Ancestor Royal Slash. Suddenly, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor roared. Behind the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, a mysterious world appeared. That world was ancient, immortal, and gave off an immortal aura. In that world, a powerful existence walked out. It was the Ancestor Royal of the Sky Demon Clan. The first-generation Ancestor Royal of the Sky Demon Clan. The bloodline of the Ancestor Royal of the Sky Demon Clan was passed down. From then on, the Sky Demon Clan entered a glorious era. The power of the Ancestor Royal of the Sky Demon Clan was awakened. That power was simply too tyrannical. It was simply suffocating. The power of the Ancestor Royal of the Sky Demon Emperor merged with the son of the Sky Demon Emperor. Swoosh! Suddenly, with a flash of light, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor turned into an Ancestor Royal aura. As for the Ancestral Emperor Qi, a gentle slash in the void was enough to shatter the heavens and earth, shatter the firmament, and shatter the universe. The ancestor royal aura quickly flew towards Lin Feng. Then, it slashed towards Lin Feng, wanting to split Lin Feng in half. Break! Lin Feng shouted coldly and swung his fist. Clang! The Dracophon arm and the ancestral king's aura collided and issued a clanging sound as if two supreme weapons were clashing. Lin Feng's Dracophon arm was an application of physical strength. The power of the ancestral blood was a combination of bloodline and magic power. No matter how powerful one's physical strength was, when faced with an attack that was a combination of bloodline and magic power, it would be a little difficult to withstand. After 24 consecutive collisions, Lin Feng was sent flying. Puff! The ancestral Emperor Qi, formed by the heavenly demon Emperor's son, slashed towards Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's body was torn apart. At the most critical moment, Lin Feng dodged the attack. However, the attack of the Sky Demon Emperor's son was abnormally terrifying. It almost split Lin Feng in half. After seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Wasn't the power slumbering in the bloodline of the heavenly demon Emperor's son too powerful? Lin Feng has the immortal divine body, right? However, his bloodline hasn't undergone a deep awakening, so he can't summon the ancestral power. Now that the heavenly demon Emperor's son has activated the ancestral power in his bloodline, Lin Feng is in trouble. Immediately, a cultivator said, feeling that Lin Feng's situation was very bad. This opinion resonated with many people. Many cultivators felt that Lin Feng was in trouble. It was too difficult to break the power of the ancestral blood of the heavenly demon Emperor's son. Lin Feng activated his immortal divine body and recovered from his injuries. At this moment, the ancestral Emperor's aura attacked again. It was as fast as lightning and almost impossible to dodge. Lin Feng was swept by the ancestral Emperor's aura again, and his chest was cut open. Blood immediately flowed out. If his reaction was half a beat slower just now, that attack might have penetrated Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng activated his immortal divine body again to recover from his injuries. The voice of the heavenly demon Emperor's son sounded out. How many times can you activate your immortal divine body? Without a deep awakening, you can only activate it 7 or 8 times at most. Your bloodline won't be able to support you anymore, and your magic power will probably be almost exhausted. When that time comes, let's see how you die. The ancestral Emperor's Qi, formed by the heavenly demon Emperor's son, continued to slash towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was forced into a somewhat sorry state by the heavenly demon Emperor's son. The spectating cultivators exclaimed one after another. The heavenly demon Emperor's son now had an invincible aura. Lin Feng's defeat seemed to be destined, and it was difficult to reverse. God slaying, immortal slaying, devil slaying, demon slaying, Buddha slaying. My ancestral Emperor's Qi is omnipotent. The ancestral Emperor's Qi, formed by the heavenly demon Emperor's son, once again attacked Lin Feng. This time, it was even more extraordinary. Its power was also even more powerful. Within 5 moves, Lin Feng will definitely die, right? A cultivator said, I don't think it'll take 5 moves at all. At most, 3 moves and Lin Feng won't be able to hold on. Don't underestimate Lin Feng. Lin Feng is still very powerful. We didn't say that Lin Feng isn't powerful. He even heavily injured the heavenly demon Emperor's son before, which shows how tyrannical Lin Feng is. But the key point is that the heavenly demon Emperor's son has activated the ancestral power in his bloodline, and the battle strength he displayed is too terrifying, and Lin Feng is obviously tired from running for his life. Did you guys notice that after using the immortal divine body a few more times, Lin Feng's aura has weakened a lot, so he won't be able to hold on for long? That's right. I can feel it too. I can feel it too. That's why I said that Lin Feng can't hold on any longer. I'm afraid that he will be killed by the heavenly demon Emperor's son. Many cultivators started to discuss, extremely not optimistic about Lin Feng, because Lin Feng's current situation was indeed not good. Facing the attack of the heavenly demon Emperor's son's ancestral emperor aura, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He began to use a powerful divine ability. Everything in the world, the laws of yin and yang, the repetition and transformation of the heavens, everything has its own karma? Yi Futian murmured. And I am the embodiment of the Tao of karma. I control all karma changes in the universe. Everything has a cause and effect. The ancestral power in the heavenly demon emperor's son's bloodline is dormant. This is the cause. The heavenly demon emperor's son can awaken the ancestral power. This is the cause. This is the relationship between cause and effect. They are closely related, complementary, and linked together, and now, I control the karma. I will suppress the ancestral power in the heavenly demon emperor's son's bloodline. This is the cause. The heavenly demon emperor's son's ancestral emperor aura has been broken. This is the cause, boom. As Lin Feng finished speaking, the power of karma poured down from the 9 heavens, bombarding the heavenly demon emperor's son's ancestral emperor aura. In an instant, the heavenly demon emperor's son's ancestral emperor aura returned to his main body. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to instantly appear in front of the heavenly demon emperor's son and slashed out with his saber. Lin Feng wanted to cut the heavenly demon emperor's son in half. Chapter 24:17. Lin Feng's attack was ferocious and powerful. It locked onto the Sky Demon Emperor's son, making it impossible for him to dodge. His great karma technique was so powerful that it destroyed the Sky Demon Emperor's son's ancestral blood power. This was an extremely heavy blow to the Sky Demon Emperor's son. After the Sky Demon Emperor's son was forcefully interrupted, he was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned as pale as paper. Now, facing Lin Feng's attack, the Sky Demon Emperor's son was pale. However, the Sky Demon Emperor's son had many terrifying means. He opened his mouth and a golden light flew out. Upon closer inspection, the golden light turned out to be a small golden person. The small golden person quickly charged towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Golden puppet. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. The Sky Demon Emperor's son had actually refined such a golden puppet. This was something that Lin Feng did not expect. The golden puppet was very powerful and emitted a destructive wave that made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Lin Feng could now continue attacking the Sky Demon Emperor's son. However, the Sky Demon Emperor's son had extraordinary means. It was very likely that he had other countermeasures. It would not be easy to kill him directly. However, Lin Feng had to face the golden puppet's attack while attacking the Sky Demon Emperor's son. The Sky Demon Emperor's son's tactic of surrounding Wei to save himself was quite brilliant. However, the Sky Demon Emperor's son did not know that Lin Feng had a powerful ability, which was to do 3 things at once. He was dealing with the Sky Demon Emperor's son and the golden puppet at the same time. He was just doing 2 things at once. It was not enough to say that he was doing 3 things at once. Therefore, Lin Feng did not have to worry about the golden puppet at all. Once again, he unleashed a ray of saber light toward the golden puppet. The saber beam slashed the Sky Demon Emperor's son's body, and the Sky Demon Emperor's son's body was split in half by Lin Feng. Clang! The second attack landed on the golden puppet of the Sky Demon Emperor's son. The golden-bodied puppet was blasted away. The heavenly Demon Emperor's son was cut in half. The cultivators below immediately burst into an uproar. How powerful was the heavenly demon sovereign's son? And yet, Lin Feng had cut him in half. This was simply inconceivable. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in unison, their faces full of shock. Previously, everyone had thought that Sky Demon King's son would win this battle, but they had not expected the outcome to be like this. Was Lin Feng already that strong? Impossible! Impossible! Mu Xianling screamed, unable to accept the scene before her eyes. She wholeheartedly wanted to marry a heaven-defying genius, so she looked down on Lin Feng. But he did not expect that. The man who was originally engaged to her was even more powerful than those heaven-defying geniuses. It had to be said that this was really a kind of irony. Little Lin Feng is awesome, Fatso exclaimed excitedly. Gongziyu raised an eyebrow, a sense of urgency surging in his heart. He could not help but recall the time when he first met Lin Feng. Lin Feng was still so weak back then. How many years had it been? How could he have become so strong? It seemed that he had to work harder, or else he would really be left far behind by Lin Feng. Gongzi Yu was a proud person, and also someone who would never admit defeat. His fighting spirit was at its peak. Of course, the big brother of the heavenly donkey holy sovereign is strong. Little donkey said proudly. Chu Yashuan patted her chest, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Is this all you've got, heavenly demon sovereign son? You're too weak. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he walked towards the heavenly demon sovereign son, who had been cut in half. Lin Feng punched out, intending to kill the heavenly demon sovereign son once and for all. Ancestral blood turned into a demon. The heavenly demon sovereign son suddenly roared. A stream of ancestral blood rushed out of his body. Then, the ancestral blood turned into a ferocious heavenly demon. The heavenly demon pounced on Lin Feng. Lin Feng had no choice but to fight against the Tian-level beast. He had to kill the Tian-level beast. By then, the heavenly demon sovereign son had already fled the arena. The demoness quickly arrived beside the heavenly demon sovereign son and used some unknown technique. Clouds of white mist surged out, and the two halves of the heavenly demon sovereign son's body that had been cut in half by Lin Feng reconnected. What an amazing technique! She can actually heal someone. She can even heal the heavenly demon sovereign son's injuries. What technique did that woman use? Isn't she too amazing? Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Feng had long known that the demoness could heal someone. She was the one who had reconnected the heavenly demon sovereign son's severed arm. However, he had never seen her heal someone before. Now that he had, he was still shocked. Healing oneself was easy. Healing others was difficult. Lin Feng, when my bloodline awakens for the third time, I will cut off your flesh piece by piece and make you suffer a fate worse than death. The heavenly demon sovereign's son roared with hatred. A third bloodline awakening? As expected of the heavenly demon tribe, they can actually allow their descendants to undergo a third bloodline awakening. He probably has some important treasure. Otherwise, how could he undergo a third bloodline awakening? Motherf ***, comparisons are odious. I still have an ordinary bloodline. I haven't even undergone a first bloodline awakening. But the heavenly demon sovereign son is about to undergo a third bloodline awakening. How depressing. If the heavenly demon sovereign son undergoes a third bloodline awakening, he'll be terrifying. I can't even imagine how strong he'll be then. Many people began to discuss the matter. Lin Feng was also a little depressed. He had only undergone a first bloodline awakening. The first awakening was the awakening of a special bloodline. He had yet to undergo a deep awakening. The second awakening was called a deep awakening. The heavenly demon sovereign son was about to undergo a third bloodline awakening. He really wanted to kill that bastard. I can beat you half to death now, and I can still beat you half to death when the time comes. For a piece of trash like you. So what if your bloodline awakens 5, 8, or 10 times? You'll still die at my hands when the time comes. Lin Feng sneered. His tone was very arrogant. However, in many people's eyes, Lin Feng had the right to be arrogant. After all, Lin Feng was too strong. We'll know who's going to die when the time comes. The heavenly demon sovereign son said coldly. Lin Feng flew down from the stage. In the 7th stage of the 13th stage, there were only 2 people left. Bai Wanyu, Li Gan, who was possessed by the demonic blood. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 beams of light shone down, enveloping Bai Wanyu and Li Gan, who was possessed by the demonic blood. Chapter 24:18. Both Bai Wanyu and demonic blood had interacted with Lin Feng before. When Bai Wanyu had just woken up, Lin Feng had seen those from the Yin-Yang Union sect harboring evil intentions towards her. All of them had been killed by Bai Wanyu. Bai Wanyu had also discovered him back then, and she had pursued him to kill him. This woman was too terrifying. Now, Lin Feng had a deep sense of fear towards Bai Wanyu. Later, because of Gongzi Yu, the hostility between Lin Feng and Bai Wanyu gradually faded away. As for demonic blood, this guy was now targeting Lin Feng because demonic blood liked powerful bloodlines to increase its own strength. In fact, demonic blood was not only targeting Lin Feng, but it was also secretly targeting many top geniuses. What kind of existence was demonic blood? Lin Feng did not know for the time being. However, there was one thing that Lin Feng was very clear about. Demonic blood was too strange and terrifying. However, demonic blood's cultivation would be greatly reduced when it was attached to others. Although it could control other people's bodies, when it controlled other people's bodies, it could not unleash its full strength. In the battle between Bai Wanyu and demonic blood, Lin Feng was unable to determine who would win because both of their cultivations were extremely terrifying. Boom! The battle broke out, and all kinds of powerful magic were unleashed. It swept through the world and swept in all directions. Destructive attacks surged out. The two of them fought, and all kinds of magic were blasted together. It was simply dazzling. This battle was no less exciting than the battle between Lin Feng and the son of the Sky Demon Emperor. This great battle shocked and moved everyone. Bang! 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 The two sides clashed again and again. In the end, demonic blood's power was too strong. The cultivation of Li Qian, who was attached to it, was limited and could not withstand the power of demonic blood. Bam! Demonic blood's body exploded. What's going on? Many people were stunned, not understanding what was going on. A ball of blood? Many people looked at the floating mass of blood that was emitting demonic power. I was wondering how Li Gan became so powerful. It turns out that he was possessed by a ball of blood. A cultivator who knew Li Gan said, even though Li Gan wasn't a powerful figure, he was still a descendant of an aristocratic family. Therefore, many people knew who Li Gan was. Li Gan had displayed great strength along the way, overcoming all difficulties and entering the top 13, shocking everyone who knew Li Gan. This was because although Li Gan's cultivation was not weak in the past, he was not considered a top genius. It was already good enough for him to make it into the top 1,000. Getting into the top 13 was simply a daydream. But such an inconceivable thing really happened. This was what made everyone feel shocked and incredulous. Many people who knew Li Gan thought that Li Gan had been pretending to be weak and deliberately hiding his strength. Only now did they realize how wrong they were. So Li Gan was possessed by a ball of fresh blood. Li Gan was just too unlucky. Now that he had died so miserably, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Kikik, what a powerful bloodline. I'm going to devour you. After the demonic blood's main body appeared, he no longer hid himself. He immediately let out a series of strange and eerie cries. Bai Wanyu was the granddaughter of a peerless powerhouse of the Divine Sun clan. According to Gongziyu, Bai Wanyu's grandfather was most likely a sage emperor or an immortal. This showed how powerful Bai Wanyu's bloodline was. Naturally, it attracted the demonic blood's attention. The demonic blood continued to spread and enveloped the entire arena. Then, it wrapped around Bai Wanyu. F***CK. He doesn't know how to be gentle with women, Fatso shouted. Although Bai Wanyu always looked cold, she was as beautiful as a fairy. The demonic blood wanted to devour Bai Wanyu's bloodline. When that happened, Bai Wanyu would definitely die. He really didn't know how to be gentle with women. That's right. A guy who doesn't know how to be gentle with women is despicable. Get down here, you bastard. I want to fight you one-on-one. You can't bully such a beautiful girl. Many people shouted. Let's fight then. We won't say anything. However, the demonic blood wanted to devour Bai Wanyu's bloodline. Wouldn't Bai Wanyu die then? How could everyone accept this? The demonic blood had angered everyone. The demonic blood didn't understand the other cultivators who were clamoring and provoking it. It still did as it pleased. Now, the demonic blood only had one thought. It wanted to devour Bai Wanyu's bloodline and enter the top 7. Then, it would devour other people's bloodlines to make itself stronger. The demonic blood couldn't help but get excited when it thought of devouring the bloodlines of so many top prodigies. However, the ideal was beautiful, but reality was cruel. The demonic blood was powerful. However, the demonic blood was restrained by Bai Wanyu. The demonic blood had the word demonic in it, so it was obvious that the demonic blood belonged to a demonic cultivator. Of course, it belonged to a special kind of cultivator. If weapons could become a weapon cultivator, blood could also become a blood cultivator. The demonic blood was not only a type of demonic cultivator, because its original body was blood, and blood was of the Yin attribute. Bai Wanyu was from the Divine Sun clan. Bai Wanyu's body was of the scorching attribute. Facing the demonic blood's attack, Bai Wanyu performed a powerful divine ability. Her body began to glow and heat up. It became extremely scorching. In the blink of an eye, Bai Wanyu's body seemed to have turned into a sun, and the void fire burned fiercely. Heavenly fire. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect Bai Wanyu to also control a type of heavenly fire. Bai Wanyu had hidden her heavenly fire very well before and had never revealed it. Solar Golden Essence Fire, the 7th-ranked heavenly fire. At this moment, the Demon Lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. The Solar Golden Essence Fire was rumored to be a heavenly fire born from the sun. This heavenly fire had the most scorching attribute. Bai Wanyu was the successor of the Divine Sun clan. Her ancestors had always been guarding the sun. It seemed understandable that she could obtain the Solar Golden Essence Fire. The temperature of the Solar Golden Essence Fire was too terrifying. Chi 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 chi. The demonic blood began to burn. When Lin Feng had used the heavenly fire to deal with the demonic blood, it had failed. The demonic blood sneered and said, "You want to use the heavenly fire to deal with me? You're dreaming. I'll extinguish your heavenly fire now." Waves of strange power surged out and pounced on the heavenly fire. However, the demonic blood failed this time. The Solar Golden Essence Fire was terrifying. There was no way to extinguish it. "It's useless. My great sun Golden Essence Fire has fused with my spirit. No matter how strong you are, you can't destroy my great sun Golden Essence Fire. Such a terrifying demon blood. I'll refine it today and improve my cultivation," said Lin Feng. As soon as Bai Wanyu finished speaking, the Solar Golden Essence Fire surged out and enveloped the demonic blood, beginning to refine it. Chapter 24:19. Emo Shui screamed. Bai Wanyu's attack had hurt him. All things in the world. They were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. This was a law of nature that was difficult to change. It was also one of the most wonderful things in the world. Emo Shui was restrained by Bai Wanyu. No matter how powerful he was, now, he could no longer unleash his full strength. The current Bai Wanyu seemed to be the nemesis of Emo Shui. This guy won't really be refined to death by Bai Wanyu, right? Seeing Emo Shui's miserable state, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. Emo Shui's methods were extraordinary, and he was a difficult person to deal with. Even Lin Feng was extremely wary of him. It would be better if Bai Wanyu could refine Emo Shui to death. It would save him a lot of trouble. "You're still far from being able to kill me." Blood Demon Prison. Emo Shui roared. A huge blood demon prison condensed in the void. The blood demon prison emitted a terrifying aura and fluctuations. The blood demon prison. It descended from the sky and directly enveloped Bai Wanyu, wanting to devour her. When Bai Wanyu saw the blood demon prison, she could not help but frown. She did not clash head-on with the blood demon prison condensed by Emo Shui. Instead, she chose to quickly retreat and avoid the blood demon prison's attack. Emo Shui took this opportunity to break free from the heavenly fire's encirclement and leave the arena. As expected, it's very difficult to kill Emo Shui at his level. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows. The Sky Demon Emperor's son was like that, and so was Emo Shui. They all had many methods. Even if they were no match for their opponent, if they wanted to escape, it was not that difficult. Bai Wanyu won this battle. The elimination round for the 7th stage of the 13th stage ended. In this round, 6 people were eliminated. They were Bai Shasheng, Narang Daozong, Gongziyu, the Sky Demon Emperor's son, Emo Shui, and Murong Fian. 7 people advanced. They were Little Donkey, the Qing Emperor, the Masked Woman, the Great Demonic God, Lin Feng, Bai Wanyu, and the Little Girl. Dongfang Zhantian said with a smile, "Congratulations to all the cultivators who advanced. Those who were eliminated, don't be discouraged. Next, everyone will rest for 2 hours. At that time, the 6 cultivators who were eliminated will fight for the 893rd position. The top 7 will continue after the 893rd position is determined." Everyone began to take the opportunity to rest. I wonder who my next opponent will be. But no matter who it is, Brother Donkey is not afraid. the donkey said with an arrogant look on its face. Fatso said, "Then, Brother Donkey is aiming for first place this time, right?" "I like the sound of that." The donkey roared with laughter again. Many people couldn't help but slander him. What an arrogant donkey. Next up are all absolute experts. There will be time for you to cry. 2 hours passed quickly. By Shashing, Narang Daozong, Gongziyu, the Sky Demon Emperor's son, and Mo Shui, and Murong Fian went up the stage to draw lots. They would first fight one-on-one. The winners of the 2-on-2 matches would advance to the top 10. The 893rd position would be determined using the free-for-all system. The free-for-all system was a free-for-all between 3 people. This type of battle was usually the most intense. It was also the type of battle that many cultivators like to watch. During a free-for-all, all kinds of situations could occur. For example, 2 people could team up to defeat one of them, but halfway through the battle, one of them would suddenly attack the other. Such things could happen. Therefore, free-for-all was filled with all kinds of uncertainties. The 6 people went up to draw lots. Bai Shashing drew the Sky Demon Emperor's son. Narang Daozong drew Mo Shui. Gongziyu drew Murong Fian. After seeing this, Lin Feng revealed a trace of a smile. Among the 6 of them, Murong Fian is relatively weak. Gongziyu drawing Murong Fian is a good draw. Fatso nodded in agreement. The main focus of this round was Bai Shashing against the Sky Demon Emperor's son. Bai Shashing was an expert who walked out of a stone. The Sky Demon Emperor's son was hatched from a divine egg. Both of them had great backgrounds. Moreover, both of them had undergone a second awakening. Their bloodlines were powerful. The battle between the 2 attracted everyone's attention. Bai Shashing and the Sky Demon Emperor's son fought over 1,000 rounds. In the end, the Sky Demon Emperor's son narrowly defeated Bai Shashing with a single move. "When my killing sword Dao reaches the 9th level, all of you will die." Bai Shashing's voice was extremely cold. His Dao of slaughter was the path of slaughter. It was incomparably cruel. Bai Shashing was also someone who killed without batting an eyelid. No matter who it was, as long as they were not pleasing to the eye, he would kill them. This was the killing Dao. There was no good or evil in the killing Dao, only killing. Bai Shashing left with his sword on his back. This person was definitely a terrifying existence. Bai Shashing was extremely angry that he did not enter the top 10 of the prodigy roll this time. Lin Feng guessed that this person would definitely temper his cultivation. The next time he appeared, his killing Dao would probably reach the 9th level. At that time, when combined with his killing bloodline, he would definitely be incomparably terrifying. The Sky Demon Emperor's son sneered twice, but did not say anything. The Sky Demon Emperor's son's mind was now filled with thoughts of his 3rd bloodline awakening and finding Lin Feng to take revenge. He could not be bothered to pay too much attention to a loser like Bai Shashing. Nalan Dao Sect and Demon Blood also went up the stage to fight. Nalan Dao Sect was very tyrannical, but he was destined to be defeated by Demon Blood. If Demon Blood had not met Bai Wanyu who countered it, with Demon Blood's strength, Lin Feng even felt that this guy could enter the top 3. This battle ended with Nalan Dao Sect's defeat. The 3rd battle was between Gongziyu and Murong Fian. This was also a brilliant battle. After the 2 of them fought for hundreds of rounds, Gongziyu caught a flaw of Murong Fian and defeated Murong Fian. After resting for a short while, the battle royale began. Demon Blood was too powerful. It directly released its powerful Demon Blood, wanting to devour the bloodlines of Gongziyu and the Sky Demon Emperor's son. The Sky Demon Emperor's son had yet to recover from the injuries he had suffered from Lin Feng. He was the first to break free and leave the stage. Then, Gongziyu also broke free from Demon Blood. Damn it, it's really not easy to devour these guys. Demon Blood was very depressed. It began to think of a new countermeasure. A countermeasure that could devour other cultivators' bloodlines. Demon Blood was ranked 8th. Gongziyu was ranked 9th. Sky Demon Emperor's son was ranked 10th. After the ranking competition for the 80th and 90th places ended, it was time for the top 7 to fight. Little Donkey, Qing Emperor, the Masked Woman, the Great Demon God, Lin Feng, Bai Wanyu, and the little girl went up the stage. They began to draw lots. Next was the 4th round of the 7th round. There would also be one person who would draw the by lot and directly enter the top 4. This by lot was naturally on everyone's mind. I pray that Big Brother Feng or I will draw the by lot. Chapter 24:20. What's that donkey up to now? What's that clown up to again? Many people started muttering among themselves. Lin Feng and the others also looked at Little Donkey. They had no idea what Little Donkey was up to. It was almost time to draw lots. The little donkey was hopping and hopping. Moreover, he kept mumbling to himself. It was as if they were performing a ritual, a type of sacrificial and praying activity. Heavenly Donkey, Holy Venerable, what are you doing? Someone asked. Little Donkey said unhappily, Don't disturb me while I'm praying. Wait, what did you just call me? Heavenly Donkey, Holy Venerable. Ha ha ha. Keep a low profile. We have to keep a low profile, okay? Don't expose my identity in front of so many people. Little Donkey said excitedly. Keep a low profile, my ass. Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. They looked at Little Donkey with disdain. Did he really think he was Heavenly Donkey, Holy Venerable? He was just a donkey. A donkey, okay? Little Donkey continued. What did you just ask me? The cultivator said. I asked you, Brother Holy Venerable, what are you doing? Little Donkey was very happy to be addressed as Heavenly Donkey, Holy Venerable. He said, the grand prayer technique. I'm praying that either Brother Feng or I will get the buy. Oh my, this donkey is so awesome. He even knows the grand prayer technique. Many people cried out. Humans were truly inferior to donkeys. I didn't think that Brother Donkey would still think of me, as expected of my good brother. Lin Feng looked touched. Look at what Big Brother is saying. If I don't think of Big Brother, who would? Are you trying to count on these bastards? Little Donkey said. F***CK. This little donkey's arrogant style never changes no matter what. The cultivators below the stage exclaimed when they heard Little Donkey's words. If you want to make Lin Feng fall in love, then so be it. Don't bring the other 5 with you. Moreover, he even called the other 5 people, son of AB*TCH. This was truly a provocation. What did you say? Qing Emperor looked at Little Donkey coldly. At the same time, the other 4 people, the masked woman, by Wanyu, the little girl, and the great demonic lord all looked at Little Donkey with cold eyes. I say, the men are handsome, and the women are beautiful. Being stared at by these 5 horrifying existences, even the little donkey was terrified as it replied embarrassedly. F***CK. Acting like a coward after acting tough? Do you have any shame? Many people looked at Little Donkey with disdain. Qing Emperor and the others also knew Little Donkey's character, so they didn't continue to pay attention to it. Moreover, there was no drawing of lots yet. Private fights were not allowed either. Therefore, even if he wanted to deal with Little Donkey, he would have to wait until the lots were drawn. Little Donkey continued to perform the great god dance. Dongfang Zhentian said, Contestant, don't be superstitious. Hurry up and draw lots. Don't waste everyone's time. Little Donkey said seriously, the great prayer art is one of the 3,000 great das. How can it be called superstition? Wait for me. I'll be done soon. Little Donkey continued to perform the great god dance. Dongfang Zhentian rolled his eyes speechlessly. He could only continue to wait for Little Donkey. After the ceremony ended, everyone began to draw lots. Soon, the lot was drawn. By lot. Lin Feng looked at the lot in his hand in surprise. The lot was densely covered with runes. When everyone drew lots, the runes twisted and finally formed the word by. This was the symbol of a by lot. Did he really get the by lot? Holy shit. Is it because the grand prayer art is working? If that's the case, this donkey is too powerful. Many people were discussing. Brother Donkey, you're awesome. Lin Feng gave him a thumbs up. Big brother, don't praise me like that. I'll be proud. Little Donkey said proudly. Although he sounded humble, he didn't look humble at all. After drawing lots, everyone left the arena. Next, there were 3 groups of elimination matches to determine the number of people who would advance and be eliminated. The 3 people who would be eliminated would fight to determine the 5th, 6th, and 7th places. The 3 people who advanced and Linfeng, who had a bye, would form the top 4. The battle of the 4th stage was about to begin. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Many people could even hear the sound of their hearts beating. Swoosh, swoosh. Finally, 2 beams of light shone out and enveloped 2 cultivators. The 2 cultivators who were enveloped were directly teleported to the arena. These 2 cultivators were Little Donkey and Qing Emperor. Ha 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 ha, Little Donkey is up against Qing Emperor. This is going to be interesting. I'm rooting for Qing Emperor to kill this despicable donkey. Kill it, kill it. The cultivators below the arena were shouting loudly. They didn't need anyone to do anything. They were all shouting in unison. Little Donkey was usually too arrogant. Many people didn't like him for a long time. Now, these people wanted Qing Emperor to kill Little Donkey. Everyone, you're too enthusiastic. I didn't expect my popularity to be so high. Thank you for your support. Little Donkey stood on the arena and waved his hooves at the shouting crowd below. Hearing Little Donkey's words, the crowd below the arena almost vomited blood. Even if he was shameless, there should be a limit, right? Little Donkey's shamelessness was beyond imagination. Boom! The Azure Emperor made his move and attacked the donkey. Qing Emperor was too powerful. His attacks were unimaginably terrifying. Little Donkey could only run for his life to block Qing Emperor's attacks. Little Donkey was also very powerful and had mastered all kinds of powerful divine abilities. However, Little Donkey was still a little weaker than Qing Emperor. F***CK, I can't beat you. I give up. Little Donkey attacked a few times, but all of his attacks were neutralized by Qing Emperor. In the end, he shouted in exasperation. It was very carefree as it directly admitted defeat. Is it over? The cultivators below the arena immediately lost their patience. All sorts of curses could be heard. They wanted the Little Donkey to continue fighting the Azure Supreme the Arch in the arena. They had only exchanged a few moves, and he had already admitted defeat. What a disappointment. Little Donkey and Qing Emperor naturally didn't care about what the cultivators below the arena thought. Qing Emperor successfully advanced to the semifinals. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more beams of light shot out of the arena. The little girl and the great demon god were teleported to the arena. The little girl was the most mysterious existence in the arena. No one knew where she came from, but her cultivation was unimaginably terrifying. Linfeng was more familiar with the great demon god. His cultivation was also very powerful. It was very difficult to find a match among the younger generation. I'm sleepy. The little girl yawned. Then let's stop fighting. Go down and sleep. The great demonic god said in an enticing tone. Many people looked at the great demon god speechlessly. How could he be so shameless? How could he use such a despicable method to deal with a 5 or 6-year-old girl? It's easy to deal with you anyway. I'll beat you up and then go to sleep. The little girl said. Chapter 24-21. The great demon god had tried to trick the little girl like how a wolf would trick a rabbit. However, he had failed in the end. The little girl was not so easy to trick. In fact, the little girl was extremely smart. The little girl's punch seemed ordinary, but it was so powerful that it was a little abnormal. Wherever the fist passed, the void cracked. One could imagine how terrifying the little girl's punch was. Facing the little girl's attack, the great demon god's expression darkened. Great demon god's expression also became dignified. Everyone knew just how formidable this little girl was. Naturally, the great demon god was no exception. Given the great demon god's personality, if he was not afraid of the little girl, would he coax the little girl to sleep? Of course not. The great demon god was a rather ferocious person. He did not have the so-called overflowing love. The little girl was in his eyes. She was no different from a passerby. So what if she was carved out of jade? He would still send her flying with a punch. However, the little girl was too powerful. Facing the little girl's punch, the great demon god quickly attacked and swung his fist at the little girl. Bang! Along with a violent collision sound, the great demonic god and the little girl collided, and suddenly, a violent collision sound was heard. The great demon god was a demon god cultivator known for his powerful physical body. However, he collided with the little girl. Instead, he was sent flying by the little girl. He did not even have the strength to resist. Damn, isn't this too abnormal? Everyone was completely dumbfounded, including the great demon god Sovereign. For a long time, he had been in charge of the genius ranking competition. However, he had never seen such a tyrannical existence like the little girl. She was simply crushing the cultivators in the same batch. This. Lin Feng was also somewhat incoherent. He knew how powerful the great demon god's cultivation was. However, it was precisely because he knew how powerful the great demon god's cultivation was that he realized how terrifying the little girl was. The little girl's cultivation. She had surpassed everyone by a large margin. It was almost impossible to defeat the little girl. Who the hell is this little girl? Isn't this a little too heaven-defying? Most importantly, she seems to be only 5 or 6 years old. I don't know. It's hard to imagine what level her parents are at. She's so strong at such a young age. Heaven-defying isn't enough to describe her strength. Do you think this little girl is the reincarnation of an ancient cultivator? Reincarnation? This sounds like a fleeting dream. No. It's said that some extremely powerful existences might have such means. If that's the case, maybe the little girl is really the reincarnation of an ancient expert. Otherwise, why would she be so strong? Many cultivators were discussing the matter. As for the little girl, her attacks were endless. Once again, she charged towards the great demonic lord, swinging her pink fists at him. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive punches, the great demonic god was smashed to the ground by the little girl. His dermic powers were scattered. He no longer had the strength to fight. Oh my god, that's the great demon god we're talking about. He was defeated just like that? Everyone's eyes turned pale as they looked at the petite figure on the stage. The great demonic lord smiled bitterly. He also felt like crying after encountering such a freak like the little girl. The little girl yawned with a sleepy expression. After defeating the great demonic god, she flew down and found a place with no one around. Then, she sat down and slept. However, no one dared to provoke this little devil. So what if she's strong? She's still young and doesn't have enough energy. Isn't she a little sleepy? I've seen her sleep a few times already. Fatso muttered. Lin Feng said, at her age, she's already a sleepy one. However, I don't know where she came from. Her cultivation is too strong. Anyone who encounters her will be unlucky. If nothing unexpected happens, I have a feeling that the first place will be hers. Lin Feng's opinion resonated with everyone. The little girl was too strong. For now, no one could tell who could defeat the little girl. Qing Emperor? Qing Emperor was indeed very strong, but based on the combat power he displayed, it was difficult for him to defeat the little girl. As for the masked woman or Bai Wanyu, both of them were strong enough, but if they wanted to defeat the little girl, they would have to have some heaven-defying methods. Next up was the third battle. It was also the last battle of the top 4. The masked woman versus Bai Wanyu. Both of them were top-notch experts. Bai Wanyu was even more beautiful, like a fairy from the 9 heavens. As for the masked woman, no one could see what she looked like. However, her figure was too impressive. Her skin was fair. She had such an impressive figure and milky white skin. She should also be a peerless beauty, right? The battle between these two peerless beauties naturally attracted everyone's attention. Both sides unleashed all sorts of powerful divine abilities. In the end, the masked woman caught a flaw in Bai Wanyu's defense and successfully defeated her. The top 4 were born. They were Lin Feng, Qing Emperor, the little girl, and the masked woman. Among the top 4, the strongest seems to be the little girl. She has always defeated her opponents within 5 moves. She's completely ahead of the others. In addition, Qing Emperor and the masked woman's cultivation levels are also very extraordinary. It's not easy to compare the two of them. As for Lin Feng, it's not easy to judge him either. Lin Feng has the immortal divine blood. He hasn't undergone a second bloodline awakening. He should be the weakest among the 4, right? However, Lin Feng has mastered many powerful divine abilities. Moreover, his physical body is very strong. He can make up for the flaws in his bloodline. The cultivators below began to comment on the top four. Dongfang Zhuantian said, "Congratulations to the four of you for successfully entering the top four. Rest for a while and wait for the 5th, 6th, and 7th places to be decided. Then, we will draw lots." Lin Feng and the others began to wait. After resting for an hour, Little Donkey, the great demon god, and Bai Wanyu went up to the arena and started a chaotic battle. Little Donkey released a smelly attack as soon as he went up. Bai Wanyu, a beautiful girl, could not stand the smell. She hurriedly left the arena. The great demon god held his breath and fought Little Donkey. He defeated Little Donkey in the end. In the end, the great demon god ranked 5th, Little Donkey ranked 6th, and Bai Wanyu ranked 7th. Lin Feng and the others went up to the arena to draw lots. The little girl still looked sleepy. She was obviously very unhappy that she had been woken up to draw lots. She kept pouting her pink lips. She looked as if she was about to cry. Is she sleeping in? Many people wanted to cry when they saw the little girl like this. The strongest person in the history of the prodigy role was crying because she was sleeping in. The four of them finished drawing lots. Lin Feng and Qing Emperor were teleported away. The little girl and the masked woman remained in the arena. Chapter 24-22. These were two powerful existences. The little girl's cultivation base was undeniable. She could be said to be ferocious. Even a powerful existence like the great demonic god had been shattered by a few of her punches. He was unable to fight back at all. From this, one could tell how terrifying her cultivation base was. The masked woman was also very powerful. Although she had never displayed an overwhelming advantage over her opponents, she was still very powerful. The more she was like this, the easier it was for others to sense how extraordinary she was. The masked woman seemed to be attacking casually, but in reality, she was extremely powerful. Moreover, she had been hiding her strength all this time. The battle between these two existences could be said to be a stalemate. The little girl's eyes were hazy, and she was unable to open them. She seemed to want to sleep very much. Big sister, little Tian wants to sleep. I have no choice but to defeat you first. The little girl waved her pink fists as she spoke. She quickly charged toward the masked woman. Then, she threw a punch at the masked woman. That tyrannical punch contained the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Below the arena, the great demonic god smiled bitterly. He had fought with the little girl before and knew how terrifying her punches were. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was, the little girl had not used any magical ability since the beginning. She had always used her pair of pink fists to defeat all her enemies. The masked woman did not fight the little girl head-on. She knew how powerful the little girl's attacks were. Thus, she chose to avoid them. The little girl's first attack did not hit the masked woman. However, she did not stop. Instead, she quickly chased after the masked woman. At this moment, the masked woman began to chant an incantation. Since you want to sleep, then sleep deeply. When you sleep, you will be able to see all the people you want to see, your father, mother, brothers and sisters, and many other relatives. When you sleep, you will be able to eat all the delicacies you want to eat. You will be able to do all the things you want to do. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Yi Futian said. The masked woman chanted an incantation in an extremely ancient language. Lin Feng did not know what the masked woman's incantation meant. However, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong. The little girl, who had been attacking the masked woman, had slowed down. The little girl had been sleepy and yawning all this time. Clearly, the little girl was very sleepy. After all, she was still a child. Her energy was limited. She had been fighting repeatedly. Her young body was extremely tired, and children were prone to sleep. Therefore, the little girl was very tired and wanted to sleep. After hearing the masked woman's incantation, the little girl, she closed her eyes and her body fell from the sky. Then, the masked woman caught her in her arms. Go to sleep, good child. The masked woman's voice was very pleasant and gentle. The little girl seemed to be dreaming of many beautiful things in her dreams. Her lips curled into a smile. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. How? But, great sleep. The demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. The little girl was already very sleepy, so she fell asleep very quickly after being hit by the Great Sleep Spell. The Great Sleep Spell was one of the 3,000 Great Das. The 3,000 Great Das were mysterious and unfathomable. Each of them had their own uses and magical aspects. The Great Sleep Spell was like that. People fell asleep easily when they were tired. This was the best time to use the Great Sleep Spell. It was easy to make the other party fall into a deep sleep. The Great Sleep Spell was similar to hypnosis. Of course, there were many differences. Hypnosis was also to make people fall asleep. However, this kind of sleep was shallow. In the state of sleep, one could ask about the secrets hidden in the other party's heart. The Great Sleep Spell was to make the other party fall into a deep sleep, ignoring everything in the outside world. Generally, the stronger the willpower, the less likely they were to be affected by these magical powers. But the little girl's willpower was not strong. She was just a child. Although her cultivation was very strong, a 5 or 6-year-old girl with an incomplete mind. Was it realistic to say that she had an unbelievably strong willpower? It was definitely unrealistic. The masked woman flew down from the arena with the little girl in her arms. The semi-final match ended with the little girl's defeat. The little girl was defeated. If she didn't fall into a deep sleep, she would definitely be the first. No one can compete with her. The most powerful existence was defeated. This is interesting. The winner between Lin Feng and Qing Emperor will compete with the masked woman for the first place. The cultivators below were in an uproar. In fact, they also liked to see the little girl lose, because the little girl was too strong. If the little girl made it to the finals, then what was the point of the finals? Who could be a match for the little girl? But now the little girl was unexpectedly defeated. Instead, these cultivators who were watching the show were extremely excited. It didn't matter if Lin Feng or Great Emperor Qing had advanced. They would compete with the masked woman in the finals. At that time, it would definitely be an exciting battle. Even Lin Feng and Qing Emperor felt relieved. The little girl gave them too much pressure. Now the little girl was defeated. The masked woman made it to the finals. Lin Feng and Qing Emperor were also very confident in themselves. This made them see the hope of defeating the masked woman and becoming the first place on the genius list. Swish, swish. 2 beams of light shone down and enveloped Lin Feng and Qing Emperor. The 2 of them were directly teleported to the arena. This was the first time Lin Feng had dealt with Qing Emperor. He had heard of Qing Emperor before. It was said that Qing Emperor was a sacred fetus. He turned into a human. A sacred fetus was actually a member of the Stone Clan. In other words, Qing Emperor was a powerhouse of the Stone Clan. The cultivators below all held their breaths and looked nervously at Lin Feng and Qing Emperor in the arena. Boom! Lin Feng and Qing Emperor didn't disappoint. The 2 of them didn't say much and directly rushed toward each other. Lin Feng activated the arm of dragon and elephant and blasted toward Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor raised his right hand and chopped toward Lin Feng. There was a strange power lingering on his palm. Bang! With a violent collision sound, Lin Feng and Qing Emperor collided. Everyone saw a terrifying scene. Lin Feng and Qing Emperor's fist collided and instantly turned into stone. Starting from Lin Feng's fist, Lin Feng's arm also turned into stone. Soon, Lin Feng's body also began to turn into stone. Chapter 24-23. The Qing Emperor was a holy spirit of the Stone Tribe. Naturally, he possessed many unimaginable abilities. Silently petrifying others was one of the terrifying abilities that the Qing Emperor possessed. Now, the Qing Emperor was using this ability. Lin Feng's magic power was almost unable to circulate. This showed how powerful the Qing Emperor's ultimate technique was. Heavens, Lin Feng is turning into stone. He's done for. Once he turns into stone, how is he going to fight the Qing Emperor? Won't he lose without a doubt? The Qing Emperor's petrification ability is too terrifying. It's simply an unstoppable attack. Is this battle going to end as soon as it started? The spectating cultivators discussed fervently. The battle between Lin Feng and the Qing Emperor showed that Lin Feng was going to lose. Let's end this. The Qing Emperor's expression was indifferent. He sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. He didn't want to quietly watch Lin Feng be petrified. He wanted to get rid of Lin Feng as soon as possible. The Qing Emperor's petrification ability was indeed terrifying. However, Lin Feng wasn't without a way to deal with it. The Qing Emperor's petrification ability belonged to the metal element of the five elements. It was suppressed by the metal Tao. Lin Feng cultivated the grand metal elemental art. It just so happened that the petrification ability was countered by the metal elemental art. Switch between my body and stone, flesh and blood. I can switch between the metal Tao at will. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter as he circulated the grand metal elemental art. The grand metal elemental art was one of the five elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were the foundation of everything in the world. Anything, any power, any energy, everything was formed by the combination of the five elements according to different ratios. When the grand metal elemental art was circulated, Lin Feng's petrified body began to turn into flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, he returned to normal. The Qing Emperor arrived in front of Lin Feng. A palm struck towards Lin Feng. Qing Emperor didn't expect Lin Feng to break his petrification technique, so he was slightly surprised. However, his attack was still aimed at Lin Feng. This was because Lin Feng didn't have time to use any other divine abilities to resist Qing Emperor's attack. Bang! Following a violent collision, Lin Feng was sent flying by Qing Emperor. Kacha-kacha. The sound of bones cracking could be heard one after another. Lin Feng felt that at least a dozen of his bones were broken. Qing Emperor was very frightening. He had gained the upper hand by a show of strength and injured him. The cultivators watching the battle were all amazed. Firstly, they were amazed by Lin Feng's extraordinary skills. Even though he was about to be petrified, he was still able to neutralize the Qing Emperor's petrification technique. Secondly, they were amazed by the Qing Emperor's strength. He had injured Lin Feng. Qing Emperor didn't want to give Lin Feng a chance. He quickly rushed towards Lin Feng and threw a punch at Lin Feng. In the process of retreating, Lin Feng had already circulated the immortal divine body to heal his injuries. In the face of Qing Emperor's attack, Lin Feng circulated the arm of dragon and elephant and swept it towards Qing Emperor. The strength of dragon and elephant circled around his arm. Vigorous and powerful true dragons condensed and let out earth-shaking dragon roars. Then, Lin Feng and Qing Emperor collided again. Qing Emperor wanted to use the petrification technique to petrify Lin Feng again. However, this time, Lin Feng was prepared. The strength of dragon and elephant blocked the invasion of the petrification technique. Qing Emperor didn't succeed. The collision between the two was like two immortal mountains from the primordial age crashing together. The surrounding void was shattered. Qing Emperor was indeed a holy spirit of the stone tribe. In terms of physical strength, he wasn't inferior to Lin Feng. This was the terrifying part of the stone tribe. Lin Feng was prepared. He circulated the five devouring martial souls, and his physical strength was increased by 5 times. He swung his right arm again towards Qing Emperor. The power of this attack was increased by 5 times. When Lin Feng's fist arrived, Qing Emperor felt that this fist was different. His expression changed slightly. Qing Emperor wanted to retreat and avoid Lin Feng's fist. However, Lin Feng was too fast. He followed Qing Emperor like a shadow. He didn't give Qing Emperor any chance to get rid of him. Qing Emperor had no choice but to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely. With his strength increased by 5 times, Lin Feng was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Even Qing Emperor couldn't compete with Lin Feng's physical strength. Qing Emperor was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Qing Emperor was indeed very strong. However, Qing Emperor shouldn't have fought Lin Feng in close combat. Lin Feng, who had the arm of dragon and elephant, was almost invincible in close combat. Even someone as powerful as Qing Emperor couldn't compete with Lin Feng in terms of physical strength. Of course, if someone told Qing Emperor that his physical strength couldn't compare with Lin Feng's, Qing Emperor would definitely scoff. Because Qing Emperor was from the Stone Tribe. The Stone Tribe's physical strength was also unparalleled. However, Qing Emperor met Lin Feng. Qing Emperor didn't want to admit this fact. However, he had to admit that his physical strength couldn't compare with Lin Feng's. After sending Qing Emperor flying with a punch, Lin Feng quickly chased after Qing Emperor. Unparalleled physical strength was Lin Feng's advantage. This was the best time to severely injure Qing Emperor. Once Qing Emperor put some distance between him and himself, Lin Feng knew, then the situation would be bad. Qing Emperor's Dharma power was definitely much stronger than Lin Feng's. If Qing Emperor used Dharma power to suppress Lin Feng, it would be disadvantageous for Lin Feng. In a battle between cultivators, one had to use one's strength to overcome the enemy's weakness. Why were there so many people who defeated the stronger? It was because these weaklings knew what they were good at. They used their best ability to suppress the opponent's weakness. Often, they could achieve unexpected results. Lin Feng came in front of Qing Emperor and bombarded Qing Emperor with punch after punch. The violent attacks were like a rolling storm. Qing Emperor could only deal with them tirelessly. The cultivators watching the battle below were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was the battle so one-sided? Lin Feng's physical strength is too strong. Qing Emperor is from the Stone Tribe, but he's being suppressed in a physical battle, a cultivator said. Lin Feng has shown how strong his physical strength is before. I didn't expect that even Qing Emperor's physical strength was no match for his. Another cultivator said, Qing Emperor is being held back by Lin Feng. Obviously, Lin Feng knows what his advantage is, so his attacks are very violent. He wants to suppress Qing Emperor with his physical strength and then defeat him. What Qing Emperor needs to do now is to get rid of Lin Feng and increase the distance between them. Then, he will use his magic power to suppress Lin Feng. Lin Feng's physical strength is strong, but he has his own weaknesses. His cultivation level is lower than Qing Emperor's, and his magic power is much weaker than Qing Emperor's. Moreover, his bloodline hasn't undergone a second awakening. These are his fatal weaknesses. That's right. Let's see if Qing Emperor can get rid of Lin Feng. If he can't, Lin Feng will be defeated in this battle. Many cultivators expressed their opinions. At this moment, Lin Feng's fist landed on Qing Emperor's chest. Crack, crack. Qing Emperor's chest caved in. He flew backward and coughed up a mouthful of blood in midair. This is a good chance. Chapter 24-24. Flickering light passing shadow. Just as Lin Feng's punch was about to land on Qing Emperor's body, Qing Emperor suddenly let out a long howl. While Lin Feng was attacking Qing Emperor had been trying to prepare a powerful divine ability to shake off Lin Feng. Now, he had finally succeeded in preparing the divine ability. Waves of divine light surged out, and Qing Emperor turned into a shadow and disappeared without a trace. When Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on Qing Emperor's body, it flew through the air. However, it did not touch the azure arch. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Qing Emperor appeared 100 meters away. You've injured me. Qing Emperor frowned. Great Emperor Qing frowned and looked glum. He hadn't been injured since the beginning of the great battle, and now Lin Feng had injured him. Great Emperor Qing was furious. Qing Emperor took out a healing pill and swallowed it. His injuries were quickly recovering. Qing Emperor didn't have the immortal divine body, so he had to rely on pills to heal his injuries. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to recover. Qing Emperor has shaken off Lin Feng. This is going to be interesting. I'm afraid a battle of the strongest is about to begin. Qing Emperor's magic power is very strong. He used his magic power to suppress Lin Feng. I wonder if Lin Feng can withstand Qing Emperor's attack? The spectators discussed in low voices. Their eyes were fixed on the battle in the arena. This battle was too fascinating. Both Lin Feng and Qing Emperor were peerless experts. Watching such a battle would be very helpful for one's comprehension of the great Tao. Many people have been injured by me. You're not the first, and you won't be the last, Lin Feng said calmly. Is that so? I'll suppress you later. Let's see if you still dare to be so impudent in front of me. Qing Emperor stepped toward Lin Feng. Behind Qing Emperor, an illusory world appeared. Rumble. Earth-shaking rumbles came from the illusory world. The rumbles sounded as if an endless army had gathered together and was rushing through the world. Look, what's that? A cultivator pointed at the scene in the world behind Qing Emperor. Everyone looked over. Smoke and dust rose from the mysterious world. Amidst the billowing dust, a huge army appeared. That army exuded a cold and terrifying aura. They were like ghost soldiers rushing out from the world of hell. As far as the eye could see, boundless, conquering the world. It shook the entire universe. My divine art. Let's see how you'll block it. Qing Emperor snorted. The army in the illusory world was rushing out. They're coming out. Many people shouted in shock. Wasn't this divine art a little too terrifying? Gathering an army of billions to charge out of the illusory world and into the human world. How could one person face an army of such a huge army? The situation in front of him was simply despairing. Lin Feng looked at the army of billions in surprise. He could sense how terrifying it was. In the face of such a huge army, there was simply no power that could contend against it. However, Lin Feng was different now. He had become the underworld emissary and could communicate with the power of the underworld. When the army of millions and millions of ghosts arrived, Lin Feng continued walking forwards and spoke in a mysterious and ancient voice. I am the underworld emissary. All spirits and ghosts must bow before me. Army of billions, heed my command. Slay the demon. The demon Lin Feng was talking about was naturally Qing Emperor. The army of billions immediately turned around and charged toward Qing Emperor when they heard Lin Feng's voice. After seeing this scene, everyone was stunned on the spot. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. What was going on? Why would the army of billions attack Qing Emperor? Wasn't that an attack condensed by Qing Emperor? Everyone was puzzled. Even Qing Emperor was puzzled. He didn't know what was going on. The army of billions he summoned didn't attack Lin Feng. Instead, it attacked him. This was too strange. At this moment, everyone suddenly remembered what Lin Feng was mumbling. Was it because of Lin Feng that the army of millions and millions of ghosts were attacking Great Emperor Qing? Thinking about that, many people couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Lin Feng was too terrifying, right? How could he control someone else's supernatural power and attack the person who used it? Qing Emperor's expression was gloomy. He quickly sent the army of billions back to the illusory world. Then, the illusory world disappeared without a trace. But at this moment, Lin Feng had already arrived in front of Qing Emperor. He performed the true dragon seal and blasted toward Qing Emperor. Roar! With a loud dragon roar, a true dragon flew out and pounced on Qing Emperor. When the true dragon came to Qing Emperor's side, it turned into a seal again. Qing Emperor had just neutralized the army of billions, so he was caught off guard by Lin Feng's attack. However, Qing Emperor was not an ordinary person. Even in such a passive situation, he still performed a powerful supernatural power to resist Lin Feng's attack. A stone wall appeared in front of Qing Emperor. The stone wall was densely covered with ancient runes. Those runes emitted waves of violent fluctuations. Lin Feng's dragon imprints crashed onto the stone wall, but surprisingly, the stone wall blocked it. Qing Emperor had already condensed a powerful supernatural power at this time. He opened his big hand and grabbed toward Lin Feng. Great Azure Sky Art, Qing Emperor said in a cold voice. This great azure sky art was one of the 3,000 great ways. Its attack power was extremely strong. A big hand condensed and grabbed toward Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that the world was so big that there was no place for him to stay. Back. Lin Feng sensed the horror of this attack and chose to retreat quickly. However, at this time, the huge hand changed from a grab to a slap and directly slapped toward Lin Feng. That powerful slap landed on Lin Feng's body and directly sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng felt his qi and blood tumbling. He could not help but cough up a few mouthfuls of blood. His face became very pale. The power of the great azure sky art shocked Lin Feng. This 3,000 great ways was indeed too strong. Lin Feng, you can't beat me in a contest of mana. You have no chance of winning this battle. Qing Emperor stepped forward and said in an extremely arrogant voice. He looked at Lin Feng from the corner of his eyes. He did not take Lin Feng seriously at all. He slapped toward Lin Feng again. Rumble. A huge hand appeared in the void. That hand exuded the aura of the great ways. It was so terrifying that it was suffocating. Chapter 24-25. This hand was just like the one Buddha had used to suppress Sun Wukong. It enveloped heaven and earth. It blotted out the sun. It was unavoidable. It was extremely terrifying. A series of devastating shockwaves gushed out. The will of the firmament within that gigantic hand could not be countered at all. The gigantic hand was about to touch Lin Feng's body, but suddenly, the gigantic hand started burning. Lin Feng immediately used the great sacrificial art to envelop the giant hand descending from the sky. Then, the giant hand was ignited. It burned to ashes in an instant. After the great sacrificial art ignited the giant hand, it obtained a large amount of sacrificial power, which all poured into Lin Feng's body. I won't lose to you in a contest of dermic powers. Qing Emperor, show me your ultimate technique. Otherwise, you won't be able to defeat me today. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Swoosh. He shot out and transformed into an 8 trigrams diagram. This was the inheritance of the Celestial Master sect. One's body could transform into an 8 trigrams diagram, tear apart heaven and earth, and kill gods. The 8 trigrams diagram flew across the sky and quickly rushed in front of Qing Emperor, directly slashing toward him. Qing Emperor didn't let Lin Feng get close to him. He used a powerful fist technique from a distance. This fist technique was called the Tai True Thunder Fist technique. He blasted out punch after punch. The energy fist shadows condensed from Tai True Thunder blasted on the 8 trigrams diagram that Lin Feng had transformed into. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides collided again and again. Lin Feng couldn't get close to Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor's divine ability was so powerful that it blocked Lin Feng's way. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The 8 trigrams diagram that he had transformed into shook slightly in the void. Then, the 8 trigrams diagram that Lin Feng had transformed into changed. In the innermost position was the 8 trigrams diagram. A huge yin-yang diagram appeared outside the 8 trigrams diagram. Yin and yang combined with the 8 trigrams. Lin Feng combined the great yin-yang art, which was ranked 6th among the 3,000 great Daos, with the 8 trigrams diagram, forming the yin-yang 8 trigrams diagram. Lin Feng was able to do 3 things at once, so he was also very proficient in combining divine abilities. The power of the yin-yang 8 trigrams diagram had greatly increased. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng's yin-yang 8 trigrams diagram directly broke Qing Emperor's fist technique and then arrived in front of Qing Emperor. Then, he glanced at Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor was sent flying by the yin-yang 8 trigrams diagram. Wow! Qing Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of Lin Feng's yin-yang 8 trigrams was simply too strong. What a powerful attack! The combination of yin and yang and the 8 trigrams. What kind of divine ability is this? I've never seen it before. Immediately, a cultivator exclaimed. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng would be no match for Qing Emperor in terms of magic power. However, when the two of them fought, the situation didn't seem to be the case. This is a combination divine ability. Lin Feng actually knows how to cultivate a combination divine ability. It seems that Lin Feng must have the ability to do 2 things at once. No wonder he's so powerful. He has so many tricks up his sleeve. If he can use a combination divine ability, then he really has the strength to contend with Qing Emperor. Contend with more than that. Look, Qing Emperor is injured. Maybe Qing Emperor will be defeated soon. The cultivators watching the battle discussed animatedly. The battle in the arena was abnormally fierce. Lin Feng continued to force his way toward Qing Emperor. The yin-yang 8 trigrams diagram formed by his body was so powerful that it sent Qing Emperor flying again and again. Qing Emperor was completely suppressed by Lin Feng. After seeing this scene, everyone's expression was different. Many people were amazed and shocked. Some people looked gloomy and ugly. For example, some cultivators who had a grudge against Lin Feng had such expressions. Some people were happy for Lin Feng, such as Chu Yashuan, Fatso, Little Donkey, Gongziyu, and the disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. If you don't have any other tricks up your sleeve, you'll be defeated soon. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He increased the speed of his attacks. The yin-yang 8 trigrams diagram increased the power of his attacks. He attacked Qing Emperor again and again. Qing Emperor's body was covered in wounds. He was almost cut in half by Lin Feng's Yin-Yang 8 trigrams diagram. I didn't expect that I, Qing Emperor, would be forced to this extent. Qing Emperor's voice was cold. You're qualified to turn me into stone. Boom! Qing Emperor's body emitted a terrifying wave of energy. That wave of energy, it was suffocating. His body quickly transformed from flesh and blood into a body made of stone. Qing Emperor's original body was a stone man. This was Qing Emperor's original appearance. His previous appearance was Qing Emperor's illusion. Power. I can feel an unparalleled power. This feeling is too good. Yi Futian murmured. The Azure Emperor roared in anger. Many people exclaimed when they saw Qing Emperor turn into a stone man. Qing Emperor obviously didn't hold back anymore. He was going to have the final battle with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's Yin-Yang 8 trigrams diagram slashed at Qing Emperor's stone man. Clang. However, when the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams diagram slashed at the stone man, there was a clang. The stone man's body. It didn't suffer any damage. Oh my god. Isn't this defense too crazy? Many cultivators who were watching the battle couldn't help but exclaim in shock. They stared at Qing Emperor's stone man body with their mouths agape. Lin Feng's attack was so powerful, but it couldn't hurt the stone man's body. The Azure the Arch, who had transformed into his true body, had shockingly strong defenses. Lin Feng felt something was wrong and wanted to quickly withdraw. However, it was too late. Qing Emperor sneered and said, "Now it's my turn to attack." Bang, 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 bang. Qing Emperor punched at Lin Feng's Yin-Yang 8 trigrams diagram. Dozens of punches landed on Lin Feng's Yin-Yang 8 trigrams diagram. Lin Feng was beaten back to his original body. Qing Emperor's punch landed on Lin Feng's body. Half of Lin Feng's body exploded. Lin Feng was sent flying. His face as pale as a sheet. Lin Feng is seriously injured. Qing Emperor is too strong. He's simply invincible. Is this battle going to end? The cultivators below whispered to each other. Qing Emperor charged at Lin Feng. He wanted to take advantage of Lin Feng's injury to defeat Lin Feng completely. Immortal. God. Body. Lin Feng shouted. The half of his body that had exploded quickly recovered. As Qing Emperor charged at him, Lin Feng used the Great Death Art and summoned the River of Death. The River of Death enveloped Qing Emperor, trying to stop Qing Emperor. It's useless. You're destined to be trampled under my feet. Qing Emperor was domineering. He broke Lin Feng's River of Death and charged at Lin Feng. Chapter 24-26. Boom. The Qing Emperor attacked again. His powerful punch was aimed at Lin Feng. The Qing Emperor's attack after he turned into a stone man was almost invincible. It was so strong that even Lin Feng was shocked. Facing the Qing Emperor's attack, Lin Feng chose to retreat quickly. Fortunately, Lin Feng was fast enough to avoid the Qing Emperor's attack. At this moment, Lin Feng began to recite the incantation. The Great Path of Reincarnation. Lin Feng chanted the ancient incantation to summon the Wheel of Reincarnation. Lin Feng planned to summon the Wheel of Reincarnation to deal with the Qing Emperor after he turned into a stone man. The Qing Emperor was too strong now. He had to use the best secret technique to defeat the Qing Emperor. The Great Reincarnation Art was the best secret technique that Lin Feng could rely on. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As Lin Feng finished reciting the incantation, violent waves shook the sky. Above the 9 heavens, black fog covered the sky. Within the black fog, a huge roulette wheel appeared. That wheel was the legendary Wheel of Reincarnation. Now, the Wheel of Reincarnation was faintly discernible. It was surrounded by powerful reincarnation power. Under Lin Feng's control, the Wheel of Reincarnation began to rotate. Waves of terrifying power poured down from the 9 heavens. It was aimed at the Qing Emperor. Bang! With a dull collision sound, the Qing Emperor was sent flying. He had suffered a heavy blow. The Wheel of Reincarnation was too powerful. Even the powerful Qing Emperor, after he turned into a stone man, couldn't ignore the Wheel of Reincarnation's attack. Suppress. Lin Feng shouted. He controlled the wheel of reincarnation to descend from the sky and suppress the Qing Emperor. Rumble, rumble. The plate of samsara crushed the void and pressed down on Qing Emperor. Even the Qing Emperor was moved by the aura emitted by the wheel of samsara. Of course, Qing Emperor was also powerful enough. He could not help but sneer in the face of the wheel of samsara's attack. I'll smash this wheel of samsara. Qing Emperor didn't know that it was the wheel of samsara because he had never seen the great samsara skill before. Naturally, he didn't know that Lin Feng had summoned the wheel of samsara. Qing Emperor soared into the sky and flew toward the wheel of samsara. He swung his fist at the plate of reincarnation. Bang, 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 bang. Muffled sounds of collisions rang out one after another. Qing Emperor attacked the plate of samsara again and again. Although Qing Emperor's attack was powerful, it didn't break Lin Feng's wheel of samsara. Instead, he was sent flying by Lin Feng's wheel of samsara. At this moment, Lin Feng summoned 4 types of heavenly fire: black flame, god incinerating fire, purple earthcore fire, hellfire, and golden dragon flame. These 4 types of heavenly fire merged with burning wrath of the heavens, one of Lin Feng's self-created divine abilities, and turned into a huge ball of flame. The ball of flame quickly flew toward Qing Emperor. Rumble. A loud sound rang out. The ball of flame exploded. The Azure Thearch's body was torn apart by the fireball. Blood flowed out. Stone golem blood. That's precious blood. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw the blood flowing out of Qing Emperor's body. They couldn't wait to snatch the stone golem blood right now. Stone golem blood was extremely precious. It was a great supplement for cultivators. If they refined it, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Qing Emperor was still injured after turning into a stone golem. This made Qing Emperor very angry. Azure Sky transformation. Azure Sky couldn't help but shout coldly. Then, his body turned into the sky. It was an Azure Sky. Azure Sky, one of the rumored 33 heavens. This was the place where the heavenly Tao evolved. This was the place where order gathered. Qing Emperor turned into Azure Sky. The boundless blue sky was boundless and powerful. Who could contend against it? Azure Sky pressed down on Lin Feng's wheel of samsara. Lin Feng felt a great pressure. He felt as if heaven and earth couldn't tolerate him. It was a terrible feeling. He hurriedly manipulated the wheel of samsara to strike Qing Tian, who had turned into the Azure Thearch. Bang! 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 The wheel of samsara collided with Qing Tian, who was the Azure Thearch. Every time they collided, the void would crack. Waves after waves of powerful pressure spread out in all directions. The cultivators who were closer to the arena couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure from the battle. They knelt on the ground involuntarily, their faces pale with horror. Retreat! Many people shouted in horror. They had to retreat quickly. Otherwise, they would definitely be in trouble. Crack! Crack! The void arena began to crumble. This void arena, which had been strengthened by the order laws of the primordial ruins realm, couldn't withstand the aftermath of the battle. It seemed to be about to be destroyed again. Supreme Arena, appear! Dongfang Heaven Sovereign shouted. Buzz, violent vibrations were heard, and an even larger fighting ring appeared in the void. That fighting ring was the sturdiest among all the fighting rings, and it was surrounded by dense runes. Lin Feng and Qing Emperor both stepped onto the Supreme Arena. The two continued to fight. Lin Feng's wheel of samsara and Qing Emperor's Azure Sky continued to collide. Every time they collided, the void would be shaken and split open. The power was unimaginably terrifying. After hundreds of collisions, Lin Feng's wheel of samsara finally couldn't withstand it and began to crumble. As for Lin Feng, he was directly blown away. Barf! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying backward. Qing Emperor's Azure Sky charged toward Lin Feng. The outcome is about to be decided. Lin Feng is going to lose. He won't be killed by Emperor Qing, will he? The cultivators watching the battle exclaimed. Qing Emperor's Azure Sky was so powerful that it made people despair. Lin Feng was defeated. In many people's opinion, it was up to Qing Emperor to kill Lin Feng. Senior brother Lin. Chu Yashuan looked at Lin Feng with a pale face. Gongziyu, Fatso, and Little Donkey also looked serious. Qing Emperor was so powerful that they started to worry about Lin Feng. Is he finally going to die? The corners of Mu Xianling's mouth curled into a sneer. The heavenly demon emperor's son looked over coldly. Deep in his heart, he didn't want Lin Feng to be killed. He wanted to kill Lin Feng himself. Humph! At the moment when everybody thought that Lin Feng was going to die, Lin Feng suddenly groaned coldly and said, "What?" Then, a terrifying aura was released from Lin Feng's body. Domineering aura. Transparent domineering aura. This was Lin Feng's epic domineering aura. It could be evolved. Although it was only the first stage of the transparent domineering aura, it was powerful enough. After the transparent domineering aura was released, it fell from the sky and blocked Azure Sky's attack. Chapter 24-27. Domineering Aura was a special attack method. Since ancient times, very few people knew how to use it. It was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Over the long years, there had been many great emperors and immortals. However, even among the great emperors and immortals, there were only a handful of people who had mastered Haki. Haki was mainly inherited from one's race. However, the probability of inheriting Haki was also very low. The ancestor had Haki, but only a handful of his descendants had it. The number of people who cultivated Haki through their own hard work was even fewer than the number of people who inherited Haki. Therefore, although Haki was powerful, there were too few people who understood it. Perhaps many people had heard of it, but not many had seen it. Even though it was only the first stage of Haki, the transparent Haki had incredible power. The transparent Haki was invisible to the naked eye. However, it really existed between heaven and earth. The sky that Qing Emperor had transformed into was indeed powerful. However, it was still blocked by Lin Feng's transparent Haki. This was the terrifying part of Haki. Any kind of Haki had unimaginable power. What's going on? Why is the sky that Qing Emperor has transformed into not continuing to kill Lin Feng? The cultivators watching the battle were puzzled. They had seen how powerful the sky that Qing Emperor had transformed into was. Now, the sky that Qing Emperor had transformed into couldn't kill Lin Feng. This made them very surprised. "It's my turn. Watch me break your divine ability." Lin Feng sneered and soared into the sky. He performed the Great Calamity technique. A long river of calamity surged out and flew toward the sky that Qing Emperor had transformed into. "You transformed into the sky. I condensed the power of calamity. The power of calamity. It penetrates the past, present, and future, and destroys the living beings of many eras. The sky is the Tao, and it can also be destroyed. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Destroy the sky, and a new heavenly Tao will appear. It will evolve into a sky and fill the 33 heavens." Lin Feng's deep voice rang out. He performed the Great Calamity technique in addition to epic Haki at the same time. The two peerless unique skills worked together to deal with the Qing Emperor who had transformed into Qing Tian. Ji Yuan's domineering aura held back the Qing Emperor who had transformed into Qing Tian. At the same time, the river of calamity formed by the Great Calamity spell began to destroy the sky. One blue sky, one world. In a flash, it could turn into eternity. But under the destruction of the river of calamity, even the blue sky began to shatter. The power of disaster was destruction. The clear sky world would also be destroyed. Crack, crack, the clear sky world began to crumble. Seeing this scene, many people revealed shocked expressions. Did the collapse of the clear sky world mean that the Qing Emperor was about to fall? Not long after, the clear sky world completely collapsed. Qing Emperor was beaten back to his original form, and then he was swept away by Lin Feng. Wow! Qing Emperor vomited blood. He was severely injured. Epical Haki shrouded Qing Emperor, making it difficult for Qing Emperor to move. "Qing Emperor, do you still want to continue fighting with me?" Lin Feng looked at Qing Emperor indifferently. Qing Emperor was mad with hatred. Ever since he was born, he had experienced many battles and had never been defeated. But now, he had been defeated by Lin Feng. This was hard for him to accept. However, Qing Emperor also understood that he was indeed no match for Lin Feng. Perhaps he could fight to the death with Lin Feng if he used a few trump cards. But that was a move that he could not use as a last resort. It was too harmful to the body. Oomph! Qing Emperor snorted coldly, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. But in the end, Qing Emperor flew down the arena and did not continue to fight with Lin Feng. Qing Emperor is such an arrogant person, but he actually admitted defeat. Lin Feng is unbelievable. We have been talking about a dark horse before. Now that I think about it, Lin Feng is the biggest dark horse in this prodigy role competition, right? He is a dark horse to the end. How many seeded contestants have he defeated along the way? This guy hid his strength too well. Who would have thought that he was so powerful? Previously, when people mentioned this person, they would at most say one more sentence. Lin Feng? Is he Master Tortoise's disciple? If he didn't have an old antique master, who would remember him? But it's different now. He has made it to the finals of the prodigy role. I'm afraid his name will be known all over the world. The cultivators watching the battle discussed animatedly. The finals of the prodigy role ranking competition were about to begin. If Lin Feng could defeat the masked woman in the finals, when the time came, the entire Jiuzhou would be watching. There was a saying that went, "Who in the world doesn't know you?" If Lin Feng could really win first place in the prodigy role ranking competition by then, who in the world wouldn't know him? Everyone. The two semifinals have ended. Because the 4 contestants have consumed a lot of energy, they will need to rest for 2 hours. Then, they will fight for first place. Dongfang Zhentian said. Lin Feng also flew down from the arena. Many people came forward to greet Lin Feng, wanting to get to know Lin Feng. Lin Feng would definitely become a big shot. If they got to know Lin Feng now, they might be able to use Lin Feng in the future. Get lost. Don't disturb my big brother's rest. If my big brother doesn't get first place because he doesn't have a good rest, can you bastards bear the responsibility? Little Donkey shouted loudly. This guy was as arrogant as ever. However, others had long been used to Little Donkey's arrogance. Therefore, they obediently didn't come forward to disturb Lin Feng. 2 hours passed quickly. The finals of the 3rd and 4th places began. Qing Emperor stepped into the arena. Contestant, please wake up. Dongfang Zhentian saw that the little girl was still sleeping soundly in the masked woman's arms. He had no choice but to walk over to wake her up personally. Sleep, the little girl said sleepily. Contestant, don't sleep anymore. Hurry up and get up for the competition. If you don't get up, I can only disqualify you. Dongfang Zhentian continued. Bang! Who would have thought that the little girl would directly punch Dongfang Zhentian in her sleep and send him flying? Ouch! Dongfang Zhentian screamed and couldn't help but fly backward. With his strength, he wouldn't be injured. However, he was sent flying by the little girl's punch in front of everyone. This made Dongfang Zhentian feel embarrassed. Dongfang Zhentian couldn't help but feel depressed. The little girl obviously just wanted to sleep now. She didn't care about anything else. The 3rd and 4th place finals. Qing Emperor wins directly. Dongfang Zhentian announced the results. We want to watch the competition. We want to see the battle between Qing Emperor and the little girl. A cultivator shouted loudly. We want to see the little girl crush Qing Emperor. That's right. We want to see how many moves Qing Emperor can take from the little girl. Many people shouted. Qing Emperor's face instantly darkened when he heard the shouts of the cultivators below. A bunch of bastards. Are they looking down on me? Am I that weak? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.